Section 16 of Taras Bulba and Other Tales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Taras Bulba and Other Tales by Nikolai Vasilievich GOGOL. How the Two Ivans Quarrelled. Chapter 1. Ivan Ivanovitch and Ivan Nikiforovitch. A fine pelisse has Ivan Ivanovitch. Splendid! And what lambskin! Deuce take it, what lambskin! Blue-black with silver lights. I'll forfeit, I know not what, if you find any one owning such a one. Look at it, for heaven's sake, especially when he stands talking with any one. Look at him sideways, what a pleasure it is! To describe it is impossible. Velvet, silver, fire! Nikolai the wonder-worker, saint of God! Why have I not such a pelisse? He had it made before Agafya Fedosyevna went to Kiev. You know Agafya Fedosyevna, who bit the assessor's ear off? Ivan Ivanovitch is a very handsome man. What a house he has in Mirgorod! Around it on every side is a balcony on oaken pillars, and on the balcony are benches. Ivan Ivanovitch, when the weather gets too warm, throws off his pelisse and his remaining upper garments, and sits in his shirt-sleeves on the balcony to observe what is going on in the courtyard and the street. What apples and pears he has under his very windows! You have but to open the window, and the branches force themselves through into the room. All this is in front of the house, but you should see what he has in the garden! What is there not there? Plums, cherries, every sort of vegetable, sunflowers, cucumbers, melons, peas, a threshing floor, and even a forge. A very fine man, Ivan Ivanovitch. He is very fond of melons, they are his favourite food. As soon as he has dined, and come out on his balcony in his shirt-sleeves, he orders Gapka to bring 2 melons, and immediately cuts them himself, collects the seeds in a paper, and begins to eat. Then he orders Gapka to fetch the ink bottle, and with his own hand writes this inscription on the paper of seeds: "These melons were eaten on such and such a date." If there was a guest present, then it reads, "Such and such a person assisted." The late judge of Mirgorod always gazed at Ivan Ivanovitch's house with pleasure. The little house is very pretty. It pleases me because sheds and other little additions were built onto it on all sides, so that, looking at it from a distance, only roofs are visible, rising one above another, and greatly resembling a plate full of pancakes, or better still, fungi growing on the trunk of a tree. Moreover, the roof is all overgrown with weeds. A willow, an oak, and 2 apple trees lean their spreading branches against it. Through the trees peep little windows with carved and whitewashed shutters, which project even into the street. A very fine man, Ivan Ivanovitch. The Commissioner of Poltava knows him too. Dorash Tarasovich Pukivochka, when he leaves Korola, always goes to his house. And when Father Peter, the protopope who lives at Koliberdas, invites a few guests, he always says that he knows of no one who so well fulfills all his Christian duties and understands so well how to live as Ivan Ivanovitch. How time flies! More than 10 years have already passed since he became a widower. He never had any children. Gapka has children, and they run about the courtyard. Ivan Ivanovitch always gives each of them cake, or a slice of melon, or a pear. Gapka carries the keys of the storerooms and cellars, but the key of the large chest which stands in his bedroom, and that of the centre storeroom, Ivan Ivanovitch keeps himself. Gapka is a healthy girl, with ruddy cheeks and calves, and goes about in coarse cloth garments. And what a pious man is Ivan Ivanovitch! Every Sunday he dons his pelisse and goes to church. On entering, he bows on all sides, generally stations himself in the choir, and sings a very good bass. When the service is over, Ivan Ivanovitch cannot refrain from passing the poor people in review. He probably would not have cared to undertake this tiresome work if his natural goodness had not urged him to it. "Good day, beggar," he generally said, selecting the most crippled old woman, in the most patched and threadbare garments. Whence come you, my poor woman?"
"I come from the farm, sir. 'Tis 2 days since I have eaten or drunk. My own children drove me out."
"Poor soul! Why did you come hither?"
"To beg alms, sir, to see whether some one will not give me at least enough for bread."
So you want bread?" Ivan Ivanovitch generally inquired.
"How should it be otherwise? I'm as hungry as a dog."
Replied Ivan Ivanovitch usually. "And perhaps you like butter, too?"
"Yes, everything which your kindness will give. I will be content with all."
Is butter better than bread?"
"How is a hungry person to choose? Anything you please, all is good."
Thereupon the old woman generally extended her hand. "Well, go with God's blessing," said Ivan Ivanovitch. "Why do you stand there? I'm not beating you." And turning to a second and a third with the same questions, he finally returns home, or goes to drink a little glass of vodka with his neighbor, Ivan Nikiforovitch, or the judge, or the chief of police. Ivan Ivanovitch is very fond of receiving presents. They please him greatly. A very fine man, too, is Ivan Nikiforovitch. They are such friends as the world never saw. Anton Prokofyevitch Popopos, who goes about to this hour in his cinnamon-colored surtout with blue sleeves and dines every Sunday with the judge, was in the habit of saying that the devil himself had bound Ivan Ivanovitch and Ivan Nikiforovitch together with a rope. Where one went, the other followed. Ivan Nikiforovitch has never married. Though it was reported that he was married, it was completely false. I know Ivan Nikiforovitch very well, and am able to state that he has never even had any intention of marrying. Where do all these scandals originate? In the same way, it was rumored that Ivan Nikiforovitch was born with a tail. But this invention is so clumsy, and at the same time so horrible and indecent, that I do not even consider it necessary to refute it for the benefit of civilized readers, to whom it is doubtless known that only witches, and very few even of these, have tails. Witches, moreover, belong more to the feminine than to the masculine gender. In spite of their great friendship, these rare friends are not always agreed between themselves. Their characters can best be judged by comparing them. Ivan Ivanovitch has the usual gift of speaking in an extremely pleasant manner. Heavens, how he does speak! The feeling can best be described by comparing it to that which you experience when someone combs your head, or draws his finger softly across your heel. You listen and listen until you drop your head. Pleasant, exceedingly pleasant, like the sleep after a bath. Ivan Nikiforovitch, on the contrary, is more reticent. But if he once takes up his parable, look out for yourself. He can talk your head off. Ivan Ivanovitch is tall and thin. Ivan Nikiforovitch is rather shorter in stature, but he makes it up in thickness. Ivan Ivanovitch's head is like a radish, tail down. Ivan Nikiforovitch's is like a radish with the tail up. Ivan Ivanovitch lolls on the balcony in his shirt sleeves after dinner only. In the evening he dons his pelisse and goes out somewhere, either to the village shop, where he supplies flour, or into the fields to catch quail. Ivan Nikiforovitch lies all day at his porch. If the day is not too hot, he generally turns his back to the sun and will not go anywhere. If it happens to occur to him in the morning, he walks through the yard, inspects the domestic affairs, and retires again to his room. In the early days he used to call on Ivan Ivanovitch. Ivan Ivanovitch is a very refined man, and never utters an impolite word. Ivan Nikiforovitch is not always on his guard. On such occasions Ivan Ivanovitch usually rises from his seat and says, "Enough, enough, Ivan Nikiforovitch! It is better to go out at once than to utter such godless words." Ivan Ivanovitch gets into a terrible rage if a fly falls into his beet soup. Then he is fairly beside himself. He flings away his plate, and the housekeeper catches it. Ivan Nikiforovitch is very fond of bathing, and when he gets up to the neck in water, orders a table and a samovar, or tea-urn, to be placed on the water, for he is very fond of drinking tea in that cool position. Ivan Ivanovitch shaves twice a week. Ivan Nikiforovitch once. Ivan Ivanovitch is extremely curious. God preserve you if you begin to tell him anything and do not finish it. If he is displeased with anything, he lets it be seen at once. It is very hard to tell from Ivan Nikiforovitch's countenance whether he is pleased or angry. Even if he is rejoiced at anything, he will not show it. Ivan Ivanovitch is of a rather timid character. Ivan Nikiforovitch, on the contrary, has, as the saying is, such full folds in his trousers that if you were to inflate them, you might put the courtyard, with its storehouses and buildings, inside them. Ivan Ivanovitch has large, expressive eyes, of a snuff color, and a mouth shaped something like the letter V. Ivan Nikiforovitch has small, yellowish eyes, quite concealed between heavy brows and fat cheeks, and his nose is the shape of a ripe plum. If Ivanovitch treats you to snuff, he always licks the cover of his box first with his tongue, then taps on it with his finger and says, as he raises it, if you are an acquaintance, "Dare I beg you, sir, to give me the pleasure?" If a stranger, "Dare I beg you, sir, though I have not the honor of knowing your rank, name, and family, to do me the favor?" But Ivan Nikiforovitch puts his box straight into your hand and merely adds, "Do me the favor." Neither Ivan Ivanovitch nor Ivan Nikiforovitch loves fleas, and therefore neither Ivan Ivanovitch nor Ivan Nikiforovitch will, on no account, admit a Jew with his wares, without purchasing of him remedies against these insects, after having first rated him well for belonging to the Hebrew faith. But in spite of numerous dissimilarities, Ivan Ivanovitch and Ivan Nikiforovitch are both very fine fellows. End of section 16. Recording by Todd. Section 17 of Taras Bulba and Other Tales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Taras Bulba and Other Tales by Nikolai Vasilievich GOGOL. How the Two Ivans Quarrelled. Chapter 2. From which may be seen whence arose the discussion between Ivan Ivanovitch and Ivan Nikiforovitch. One morning, it was in July, Ivan Ivanovitch was lying on his balcony. The day was warm, the air was dry, and came in gusts. Ivan Ivanovitch had been to town, to the mowers, and at the farm, and had succeeded in asking all the moujiks and women whom he met all manner of questions. He was fearfully tired, and had laid down to rest. As he lay there, he looked at the storehouse, the courtyard, the sheds, and the chickens running about, and thought to himself, "Heavens, what a well-to-do man I am! What is there that I have not? Birds, buildings, granaries, everything I take a fancy to. Genuine distilled vodka, pears and plums in the orchard, poppies, cabbages, peas in the garden. What is there that I have not? I should like to know what there is that I have not." As he put this question to himself, Ivan Ivanovitch reflected, and meanwhile his eyes, in their search after fresh objects, crossed the fence into Ivan Nikiforovitch's yard, and involuntarily took note of a curious sight. A fat woman was bringing out clothes which had been packed away, and spreading them out on the line to air. Presently, an old uniform with worn trimmings was swinging its sleeves in the air and embracing a brocade gown. From behind it peeped a court coat, with buttons stamped with coat of arms, and moth-eaten collar, and white kerseymere pantaloons with spots, which had once upon a time clothed Ivan Nikiforovitch's legs, and which might now possibly fit his fingers. Behind them were speedily hung some more in the shape of the letter pi. Then came a blue Cossack jacket, which Ivan Nikiforovitch had had made 20 years before, when he was preparing to enter the militia, and allowed his moustache to grow. And one after another appeared a sword, projecting into the air like a spit, and the skirts of a grass-green caftan-like garment, with copper buttons the size of a 5-kopeck piece, unfolded themselves. From among the folds peeped a vest bound with gold, with a wide opening in front. The vest was soon concealed by an old petticoat belonging to his dead grandmother, with pockets which would have held a watermelon. All these things piled together formed a very interesting spectacle for Ivan Ivanovitch, while the sun's rays, falling upon a blue or green sleeve, a red binding, or a scrap of gold brocade, or playing in the point of a sword, formed an unusual sight, similar to the representations of the Nativity given at farmhouses by wandering bands, particularly that part where the throng of people, pressing close together, gaze at King Herod in his golden crown, or at Anthony leading his goat. Presently the old woman crawled, grunting, from the storeroom, dragging after her an old-fashioned saddle with broken stirrups, worn leather holsters, and saddle-cloth, once red, with gilt embroidery and copper discs. "Here's a stupid woman," thought Ivan Ivanovitch. "She'll be dragging Ivan Nikiforovitch out and airing him next." Ivan Ivanovitch was not so far wrong in his surmise. 5 minutes later, Ivan Nikiforovitch's nankeen trousers appeared, and took nearly half the yard to themselves. After that she fetched out a hat and a gun. "What's the meaning of this?" thought Ivan Ivanovitch. "I never knew Ivan Nikiforovitch had a gun. What does he want with it? Whether he shoots or not, he keeps a gun. Of what use is it to him? But it's a splendid thing. I have long wanted just such a one. I should like that gun very much. I like to amuse myself with a gun." "Hello there, woman! Woman!" shouted Ivan Ivanovitch, beckoning to her. The old woman approached the fence. "What's that you have there, my good woman?" "A gun, as you see." "What sort of a gun?" "Who knows what sort of a gun? If it were mine, perhaps I should know what it is made of. But it is my master's, therefore I know nothing of it." Ivan Ivanovitch rose, and began to examine the gun on all sides, and forgot to reprove the old woman for hanging it and the sword out to air. "It must be iron," went on the old woman. Iron. Why iron?" said Ivan Ivanovitch. "Has your master had it long?" "Yes, long, perhaps." "It's a nice gun," continued Ivan Ivanovitch. "I will ask him for it. What can he want with it? I'll make an exchange with him for it. Is your master at home, my good woman?" "Yes." "What is he doing? Lying down?" "Yes, lying down." "Very good. I will come to him." Ivan Ivanovitch dressed himself, took his well-seasoned stick for the benefit of the dogs, for in Mirgorod there are more dogs than people to be met in the street, and went out. Although Ivan Nikiforovitch's house was next door to Ivan Ivanovitch's, so that you could have got from one to the other by climbing the fence, yet Ivan Ivanovitch went by way of the street. From the street it was necessary to turn into an alley which was so narrow that if two one-horse carts chanced to meet, they could not get out, and were forced to remain there until the drivers, seizing the hind wheels, dragged them back in opposite directions into the street, whilst pedestrians drew aside like flowers growing by the fence on either hand. Ivan Ivanovitch's wagon shed adjoined this alley on one side, and on the other were Ivan Nikiforovitch's granary, gate, and pigeon house. Ivan Ivanovitch went to the gate and rattled the latch. Within arose the barking of dogs, but the motley-haired pack ran back, wagging their tails, when they saw the well-known face. Ivan Ivanovitch traversed the courtyard, in which were collected Indian doves, fed by Ivan Nikiforovitch's own hand, melon rinds, vegetables, broken wheels, barrow hoops, and a small boy wallowing with a dirty blouse, a picture such as painters love. The shadows of the fluttering clothes covered nearly the whole of the yard, and lent it a degree of coolness. The woman greeted him with a bend of her head, and stood, gaping, in one spot. The front of the house was adorned with a small porch, with its roof supported by 2 oak pillars, a welcome protection from the sun, which at that season in Little Russia loves not to jest, and bathes the pedestrian from head to foot in perspiration. It may be judged how powerful Ivan Ivanovitch's desire to obtain the coveted article was when he made up his mind, at such an hour, to depart from his usual custom, which was to walk abroad only in the evening. The room which Ivan Ivanovitch entered was quite dark, for the shutters were closed, and the ray of sunlight passing through a hole made in one of them took on the colors of the rainbow, and, striking the opposite wall, sketched upon it a party-colored picture of the outlines of roofs, trees, and the clothes suspended in the yard, only upside down. This gave the room a peculiar half-light. "God assist you," said Ivan Ivanovitch. "Ah, how do you do, Ivan Ivanovitch?" replied a voice from the corner of the room. Then only did Ivan Ivanovitch perceive Ivan Nikiforovitch lying upon a rug which was spread on the floor. "Excuse me for appearing before you in a state of nature." "Not at all. You have been asleep, Ivan Nikiforovitch?" "I have been asleep. Have you been asleep, Ivan Ivanovitch?" "I have." "And now you have risen." "Now I have risen. Christ be with you, Ivan Nikiforovitch. How can you sleep until this time? I have just come from the farm. There's very fine barley on the road, charming, and the hay is tall and soft and golden." "Gorpina!" shouted Ivan Nikiforovitch. "Fetch Ivan Ivanovitch some vodka, and some pastry and sour cream." "Fine weather we're having today." "Don't praise it, Ivan Ivanovitch. Devil take it, you can't get away from the heat." "Now, why need you mention the devil? Ah, Ivan Nikiforovitch, you will recall my words when it's too late. You will suffer in the next world for such godless words." "How have I offended you, Ivan Ivanovitch? I have not attacked your mother. I have not attacked your father, nor your mother. I don't know how I have insulted you." "Enough, enough, Ivan Nikiforovitch." "By heavens, Ivan Ivanovitch, I did not insult you." "It's strange that the quails haven't come yet to the whistle." "Think what you please, but I have not insulted you in any way." "I don't know why they don't come," said Ivan Ivanovitch, as if he did not hear Ivan Nikiforovitch. "It is more than time for them already, but they seem to need more time for some reason." "You say that the barley is good?" "Splendid barley, splendid." A silence ensued. "So you are having your clothes aired, Ivan Nikiforovitch," said Ivan Ivanovitch at length. "Yes. Those cursed women have ruined some beautiful clothes. Almost new they were, too. Now I'm having them aired. The cloth is fine and good. They only need turning to make them fit to wear again." "One thing among them pleased me extremely, Ivan Nikiforovitch." "What was that?" "Tell me, please, what use do you make of the gun that has been put to air with the clothes?" Here Ivan Ivanovitch offered his snuff. "May I offer you to do me the favor?" "By no means. Take it yourself. I will use my own." Thereupon Ivan Nikiforovitch felt about him, and got hold of his snuff-box. "That stupid woman! So she hung the gun out to air? That Jew at Sorojinsky makes good stuff. I don't know what he puts in it, but it is so very fragrant. It is a little like tansy. Here, take a little and chew it. Isn't it like tansy?" "Ivan Ivanovitch, I want to talk about that gun. What are you going to do with it? You don't need it." "Why don't I need it? I might want to go shooting." "God be with you, Ivan Nikiforovitch! When will you go shooting? At the millennium, perhaps? So far as I know, or anyone can recollect, you never killed even a duck. Yes, and you are not built to go shooting. You have a dignified bearing and figure. How are you to drag yourself about the marshes, especially when your garment, which it is not polite to mention in conversation by name, is being aired at this very moment? No, you require rest, repose." Ivan Ivanovitch, as has been hinted at above, employed uncommonly picturesque language when it was necessary to persuade anyone. How he talked! Heavens, how he could talk! "Yes, and you require polite actions. See here, give it to me." "The idea! The gun is valuable. You can't find such guns anywhere nowadays. I bought it of a Turk when I joined the militia, and now to give it away all of a sudden? Impossible! It is an indispensable article." "Indispensable for what?" "For what? What if robbers should attack the house? Indispensable indeed! Glory to God, I know that a gun stands in my storehouse." "A fine gun, that. Why, Ivan Nikiforovitch, the lock is ruined." "What do you mean by ruined?" It can be set right. All that needs to be done is to rub it with hemp oil, so that it may not rust. I see in your words, Ivan Nikiforovitch, anything but a friendly disposition towards me. You will do nothing for me in token of friendship? How can you say, Ivan Ivanovitch, that I show you no friendship? You ought to be ashamed of yourself. Your oxen pasture on my steppes, and I have never interfered with them. When you go to Poltava, you always ask for my wagon. And what then? Have I ever refused? Your children climb over the fence into my yard and play with my dogs. I never say anything. Let them play, so long as they touch nothing. Let them play. If you won't give it to me, then let us make some exchange. What will you give me for it? Thereupon Ivan Nikiforovitch raised himself on his elbow, and looked at Ivan Ivanovitch. I will give you my dark brown sow, the one I have fed in the sty. A magnificent sow. You'll see, she'll bring you a litter of pigs next year. I do not see, Ivan Ivanovitch, how you can talk so. What could I do with your sow? Make a funeral dinner for the devil? Again, you can't get along without the devil. It's a sin, by heaven, it's a sin, Ivan Nikiforovitch. What do you mean, Ivan Ivanovitch, by offering the deuce knows what kind of a sow for my gun? Why is she the deuce knows what, Ivan Nikiforovitch? Why? You can judge for yourself perfectly well. Here's the gun, a known thing. But the deuce knows what that sow is like. If it had not been you who said it, Ivan Ivanovitch, I might have put an insulting construction on it. What defect have you observed in the sow? For what do you take me? For a sow? Sit down, sit down. I won't. No matter about your gun. Let it rot and rust where it stands in the corner of the storeroom. I don't want to say anything more about it. After this, a pause ensued. They say, began Ivan Ivanovitch, that 3 kings have declared war against our Tsar. Yes, Peter Fedorovitch told me so. What sort of a war is this, and why is it? I cannot say exactly, Ivan Nikiforovitch, what the cause is. I suppose the kings want us to adopt the Turkish faith. Fools, they would have it, said Ivan Nikiforovitch, raising his head. So, you see, our Tsar has declared war on them in consequence. No, says he. Do you adopt the faith of Christ? Oh, our people will beat them, Ivan Ivanovitch. They will. So you won't exchange the gun, Ivan Nikiforovitch? That's a strange thing to me, Ivan Ivanovitch, that you, who seem to be a man distinguished for sense, should talk such nonsense. What a fool I should be. Sit down, sit down. God be with it. Let it burst. I won't mention it again. At this moment lunch was brought in. Ivan Ivanovitch drank a glass and ate a pie with sour cream. Listen, Ivan Nikiforovitch. I will give you, besides the sow, 2 sacks of oats. You did not sow any oats. You'll have to buy some this year in any case. By heavens, Ivan Ivanovitch, I must tell you you are very foolish. Who ever heard of swapping a gun for 2 sacks of oats? Never fear. You don't offer your coat. But you forget, Ivan Nikiforovitch, that I am to give you the sow, too. What? 2 sacks of oats and a sow for a gun? Why, is it too little? For a gun? Of course, for a gun. 2 sacks for a gun? 2 sacks, not empty, but filled with oats, and you've forgotten the sow. Kiss your sow, and if you don't like that, then go to the evil one. Oh, get angry now, do. See here, they'll stick your tongue full of red-hot needles in the other world for such godless words. After a conversation with you, one has to wash one's face and hands and fumigate oneself. Excuse me, Ivan Ivanovitch, my gun is a choice thing, a most curious thing, and besides, it is a very agreeable decoration in a room. You go on like a fool about that gun of yours, Ivan Nikiforovitch, said Ivan Ivanovitch with vexation, for he was beginning to be really angry. And you, Ivan Ivanovitch, are a regular goose. If Ivan Nikiforovitch had not uttered that word, they would not have quarrelled, but would have parted friends as usual. But now things took quite another turn. Ivan Ivanovitch flew into a rage. "What was that you said, Ivan Nikiforovitch?" he said, raising his voice.
"I said you were like a goose, Ivan Ivanovitch."
"How dare you, sir, forgetful of decency and the respect due to a man's rank and family, insult him with such a disgraceful name?"
"What is there disgraceful about it? And why are you flourishing your hand so, Ivan Ivanovitch?"
"How dare you, I repeat, in disregard of all decency, call me a goose?"
"I spit on your head, Ivan Ivanovitch. What are you screeching about?"
Ivan Ivanovitch could no longer control himself. His lips quivered. His mouth lost its usual V shape and became like the letter O. He glared so that he was terrible to look at. This very rarely happened with Ivan Ivanovitch. It was necessary that he should be extremely angry at first. "Then I declare to you," exclaimed Ivan Ivanovitch, "that I will no longer know you."
"A great pity. I shall never weep on that account," retorted Ivan Nikiforovitch. He lied, by heaven, he lied, for it was very annoying to him.
"I will never put my foot inside your house again."
"Oh, ho, ho!" said Ivan Nikiforovitch, vexed, yet not knowing himself what to do, and rising to his feet, contrary to his custom. "Hey there, woman, boy!"
Thereupon there appeared at the door the same fat woman and the small boy, now enveloped in a long and wide coat.
"Take Ivan Ivanovitch by the arms, and lead him to the door."
"What, a nobleman!" shouted Ivan Ivanovitch with a feeling of vexation and dignity. "Just do it if you dare! Come on, I'll annihilate you and your stupid master. The crows won't be able to find your bones." Ivan Ivanovitch spoke with uncommon force when his spirit was up. The group presented a striking picture. Ivan Nikiforovitch standing in the middle of the room, the woman with her mouth wide open and a senseless, terrified look on her face, and Ivan Ivanovitch with an uplifted hand, as the Roman tribunes are depicted. This was a magnificent spectacle, and yet there was but one spectator, the boy in the ample coat, who stood quite quietly and picked his nose with his finger. Finally Ivan Ivanovitch took his hat. "You have behaved well, Ivan Nikiforovitch, extremely well. I shall remember it."
"Go, Ivan Ivanovitch, go, and see that you don't come in my way. If you do, I'll beat your ugly face to a jelly, Ivan Ivanovitch."
"Take that, Ivan Nikiforovitch!" retorted Ivan Ivanovitch, making an insulting gesture, and banged the door, which squeaked and flew open again behind him. Ivan Nikiforovitch appeared at it, and wanted to add something more, but Ivan Ivanovitch did not glance back, and hastened from the yard. End of section 17. Recording by Todd.
Section 18 of Taras Bulba and Other Tales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording done by Jules Hawryluk of Mississauga, Ontario, Canada. Taras Bulba and Other Tales by Nikolai Vasilievich GOGOL. Section 18. What took place after Ivan Ivanovitch's quarrel with Ivan Nikiforovitch, and thus two respectable men, the pride and honour of Mirgorod, had quarrelled. And about what? About a piece of nonsense, a goose. They would not see each other, broke off all connections, though hitherto they had been known as the most inseparable friends. Every day Ivan Ivanovitch and Ivan Nikiforovitch had sent to inquire about each other's health, and often conversed together from their balconies, and said such charming things as did the heart good to listen to. On Sunday, Ivan Ivanovitch, in his lambskin pelisse, and Ivan Nikiforovitch, in his cinnamon-coloured nankeen spencer, used to set out for church almost arm in arm, and if Ivan Ivanovitch, who had remarkably sharp eyes, was the first to catch sight of a puddle or any dirt in the street, which sometimes happened in Mirgorod, he always said to Ivan Nikiforovitch, "Look out, don't put your foot there, it's dirty." Ivan Nikiforovitch, on his side, exhibited the same touching tokens of friendship, and whenever he chanced to be standing, always held out his hand to Ivan Ivanovitch with his snuff-box, saying, "Do me the favour." And what fine managers both were! And these two friends, when I heard of it, it struck me like a flash of lightning. For a long time I would not believe it. Ivan Ivanovitch quarrelling with Ivan Nikiforovitch. Such worthy people. What is to be depended upon, then, in this world? When Ivan Ivanovitch reached home, he remained for some time in a state of strong excitement. He usually went, first of all, to the stable to see whether his mare was eating her hay, for he had a bay mare with a white star on her forehead, and a very pretty little mare she was too. Then to feed the turkeys and the little pigs with his own hand, and then to his room, where he either made wooden dishes, for he could make various vessels of wood very tastefully, quite as well as any turner, or read a book printed by Lubia Garia and Popov. Ivan Ivanovitch could never remember the name, because the serving-maid had long before torn off the top part of the title page while amusing the children, or rested on the balcony. But now he did not betake himself to any of his ordinary occupations. Instead, on encountering Gapka, he at once began to scold her for loitering about without any occupation. Though she was carrying groats to the kitchen, flung a stick at a cock which came upon the balcony for his customary treat, and when the dirty little boy, in his little torn blouse, ran up to him and shouted, "Papa, Papa, give me a honey cake," he threatened him and stamped at him so fiercely that the frightened child fled, God knows whither. But at last he bethought himself, and began to busy himself about his everyday duties. He dined late, and it was almost night when he lay down to rest on the balcony. A good beef soup with pigeons, which Gapka had cooked for him, while drove from his mind the occurrences of the morning. Again Ivan Ivanovitch began to gaze at his belongings with satisfaction. At length his eyes rested on the neighbouring yard, and he said to himself, "I have not been to Ivan Nikiforovitch's to-day. I'll go there now." So saying, Ivan Ivanovitch took his stick and his hat, and directed his steps to the street. But scarcely had he passed through the gate than he recollected the quarrel, spit, and turned back. Almost the same thing happened at Ivan Nikiforovitch's house. Ivan Ivanovitch saw the woman put her foot on the fence, with the intention of climbing over into his yard, when suddenly Ivan Nikiforovitch's voice was heard crying, "Come back, it won't do." But Ivan Ivanovitch found it very tiresome. It is quite possible that these worthy men would have made their peace next day if a certain occurrence in Ivan Nikiforovitch's house had not destroyed all hopes and poured oil upon the fire of enmity which was already to die out. On the evening of that very day, Agafya Fedosyevna arrived at Ivan Nikiforovitch's. Agafya Fedosyevna was not Ivan Nikiforovitch's relative, nor his sister-in-law, not even his fellow godparent. There seemed to be no reason why she should come to him, and he was not particularly glad of her company. Still, she came, and lived on him for weeks at a time, and even longer. Then she took possession of the keys, and took the management of the whole house into her own hands. This was extremely displeasing to Ivan Nikiforovitch, but he, to his amazement, obeyed her like a child, and although he occasionally attempted to dispute, yet Agafia Fedosyevna always got the better of him. I must confess I do not understand why things are so arranged that women should seize us by the nose as deftly as they do the handle of a teapot. Either their hands are so constructed or else our noses are good for nothing else. And notwithstanding the fact that Ivan Nikiforovich's nose somewhat resembled a plum, she grasped that nose and led him about after her like a dog. He even, in her presence, involuntarily altered his ordinary manner of life. Agafia Fedosyevna wore a cap on her head and a coffee-coloured cloak with yellow flowers and had 3 warts on her nose. Her figure was like a cask, and it would have been as hard to tell where to look for her waist as for her to see her nose without a mirror. Her feet were small and shaped like 2 cushions. She talked scandal, ate boiled beet soup in the morning, and swore extremely. And amidst all these various occupations, her countenance never for one instant changed its expression, which phenomenon, as a rule, women alone are capable of displaying. As soon as she arrived, everything went wrong. Ivan Nikiforovitch, don't you make peace with him, nor ask his forgiveness. He wants to ruin you. That's the kind of man he is. You don't know him yet. That cursed woman whispered and managed so that Ivan Nikiforovitch would not even hear Ivan Ivanovitch mentioned. Everything assumed another aspect, as if his neighbour's dog ran into the yard. It was beaten within an inch of its life. The children who climbed over the fence were sent back with howls, their little shirts stripped up and marks of a switch behind. Even the old woman, when Ivan Ivanovitch ventured to ask her about something, did something so insulting that Ivan Ivanovitch, being an extremely delicate man, only spit and muttered, "What a nasty woman!" even worse than her master. Finally, as a climax to all the insults, his hated neighbour built a goose shed right against his fence, at the spot where they usually climbed over, as if with the express intention of redoubling the insult. This shed, so hateful to Ivan Ivanovitch, was constructed with diabolical swiftness in one day. This aroused wrath and a desire for revenge in Ivan Ivanovitch. He showed no signs of bitterness, in spite of the fact that the shed encroached on his land, but his heart beat so violently that it was extremely difficult for him to preserve his calm appearance. He passed the day in this manner. Night came. Oh, if I were a painter, how magnificently I would depict the night's charms! I would describe how all Mirgorod sleeps, how steadily the myriads of stars gaze down upon it, how the apparent quiet is filled far and near with the barking of dogs, how the lovesick sacristans steal past them, and scale the fence with nightly fearlessness, how the white walls of the houses, bathed in the moonlight, grow whiter still, the overhanging trees darker, how the shadows of the trees fall blacker, the flowers and the silent grass become more fragrant, and the crickets, unharmonious cavaliers of the night, strike up their rattling song in friendly fashion on all sides. I would describe how, in one of the little low-roofed clay houses, the black-browed village maid, tossing on her lonely couch, dreams with heaving bosoms of some hussar's spurs and moustache, and how the moonlight smiles upon her cheeks. I would describe how the black shadows of the bats flit along the white road before they alight upon the white chimneys of the cottages, but it would hardly be within my power to depict Ivan Ivanovitch as he crept out that night, saw in hand, or the various emotions written on his countenance. Quietly, most quietly, he crawled along and climbed upon the goose shed. Ivan Nikiforovitch's dogs knew nothing, as yet, of the quarrel between them, and so they permitted him, as an old friend, to enter the shed, which rested upon 4 oaken posts. Creeping up to the nearest post, he applied his saw and began to cut. The noise produced by the saw caused him to glance about him every moment, but the recollection of the insult restored his courage. The first post was sawed through. Ivan Ivanovitch began upon the next. His eyes burned, and he saw nothing for terror. All at once he uttered an exclamation and became petrified with fear. A ghost appeared to him, but he speedily recovered himself on perceiving that it was a goose, thrusting its neck out at him. Ivan Ivanovitch spit with vexation and proceeded with his work. The second post was sawed through. The building trembled. His heart beat so violently when he began on the third that he had to stop several times. The post was more than half sawed through when the frail building quivered violently. Ivan Ivanovitch had barely time to spring back when it came down with a crash. Seizing his saw, he ran home in the greatest terror and flung himself upon his bed without having sufficient courage to peep from the window at the consequences of his terrible deed. It seemed to him as though Ivan Nikiforovitch's entire household, the old woman, Ivan Nikiforovitch, the boy in the endless coat, all with sticks, and led by Agafia Fedotovina, were coming to tear down and destroy his house. Ivan Ivanovitch passed the whole of the following day in a perfect fever. It seemed to him that his detested neighbour would set fire to his house at least in revenge for this, and so he gave orders to Gapka to keep a constant lookout everywhere, and see whether dry straw were laid against it anywhere. Finally, in order to forestall Ivan Nikiforovitch, he determined to enter a complaint against him before the district judge of Mirgorod. In what it consisted can be learned from the following chapter. End of section 16, chapter 3. Section 19 of Taras Bulba and Other Tales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording done by Jules Hawryluk of Mississauga, Ontario, Canada. Taras Bulba and Other Tales by Nikolai Vasilievich GOGOL. What took place before the district judge of Mirgorod? A wonderful town is Mirgorod. How many buildings are there with straw, rush, and even wooden roofs? On the right is a street, on the left a street, and fine fences everywhere. Over them twine hop vines, upon them hang pots. From behind them the sunflowers show their sun-like heads. Poppies blush, fat pumpkins peep. All is luxury itself. The fence is invariably garnished with articles which render it still more picturesque. A woman's widespread undergarments of checked woolen stuff, shirts or trousers. There is no such thing as theft or rascality in Mirgorod, so everybody hangs upon his fence whatever strikes his fancy. If you go on to the square, you will surely stop and admire the view. Such a wonderful pool is there, the finest you ever saw. It occupies nearly the whole of the square. A truly magnificent pool. the houses and cottages, which at a distance might be mistaken for hayricks, stand around it, lost in admiration of its beauty. But I agree with those who think that there is no better house than that of the district judge. Whether it is of oak or birch is nothing to the point, but it has, my dear sirs, 8 windows in a row, looking directly on the square and upon that watery expanse which I have just mentioned, and which the chief of police calls a lake. It alone is painted the colour of granite. All the other houses in Mirgorod are merely whitewashed. Its roof is of wood, and would have been even painted red had not the government clerks eaten the oil which had been prepared for that purpose, as it happened during a fast, and so the roof remained unpainted. Towards the square projects a porch, which the chickens frequently visit, because that porch is nearly always strewn with grain or something edible, not intentionally, but through the carelessness of visitors. The house is divided into 2 parts, one of which is the courtroom, the other the jail. In the half which contains the courtroom are 2 neat, whitewashed rooms, the front one for clients, the other having a table adorned with ink spots, and with a looking-glass upon it, and 4 oak chairs with tall backs, whilst along the wall stand iron-bound chests, in which are preserved bundles of papers relating to district lawsuits. Upon one of the chests stood at that time a pair of boots, polished with wax. The court had been open since morning. The judge, a rather stout man, though thinner than Ivan Nikiforovitch, with a good-natured face, a greasy dressing-gown, a pipe, and a cup of tea, was conversing with the clerk of the court. The judge's lips were directly under his nose, so that he could snuff his upper lip as much as he liked. It served him instead of a snuff-box, for the snuff intended for his nose always lodged upon it. So the judge was talking with the assistant. A barefooted girl stood holding a tray with cups at one side of him. At the end of the table the secretary was reading the decision in some case, but in such a mournful and monotonous voice that the condemned man himself would have fallen asleep while listening to it. The judge, no doubt, would have been the first to do so had he not entered into an engrossing conversation while it was going on. "I expressly try to find out," said the judge, sipping his already cold tea from the cup, "how they manage to sing so well. I had a splendid thrush 2 years ago. Well, all of a sudden he was completely done for, and began to sing, God knows what. He got worse and worse and worse and worse as time went on. He began to rattle and get hoarse, just good for nothing, and this is how it happened. A little lump, not so big as a pea, had come under his throat. It was only necessary to prick that little swelling with a needle. Zakhar Prokofyevitch taught me that. And if you like, I'll just tell you how it was. I went to him. Shall I read another? Demyan Demyanovitch, broke in the secretary, who had not been reading for several minutes. Have you finished already? Only think how quickly, and I did not hear a word of it. Where is it? Give it to me and I'll sign it. What else have you there? The case of Kozak Botekok for stealing a cow. Very good, read it. Yes, so I went to him. I can even tell you in detail how he entertained me. There was vodka and dried sturgeon. Excellent. Yes, not our sturgeon. There the judge smacked his tongue and smiled, upon which his nose took a sniff at its usual snuff-box, such as our Mirgorod shop sells us. I ate no herrings, for, as you know, they give me heartburn, but I tasted the caviar. A very fine caviar, too. There's no doubt it. Excellent. Then I drank some peach brandy, real gentine. There was saffron brandy also, but as you know, I never take that. You see, it was all very good. In the first place, to whet your appetite, as they say, and then to satisfy it. Ah, speak of an angel! Exclaimed the judge all at once, catching sight of Ivan Ivanovitch as he entered. God be with us. I wish you a good morning, said Ivan Ivanovitch, bowing all round with his usual politeness. How well he understood the art of fascinating everybody in his manner! I never beheld such refinement. He knew his own worth quite well, and therefore looked for universal respect as his due. The judge himself handed Ivan Ivanovitch a chair, and his nose inhaled all the snuff resting on his upper lip, which, with him, was always a sign of great pleasure. "What will you take, Ivan Ivanovitch?" he inquired. "Will you have a cup of tea?" "No, much obliged," replied Ivan Ivanovitch, as he bowed and seated himself. "Do me the favour. One little cup," repeated the judge. "No, thank you. Much obliged for your hospitality," replied Ivan Ivanovitch, and rose, bowed, and sat down again. "Just one little cup," repeated the judge. "No, do not trouble yourself, Demyan Demyanovitch." Whereupon Ivan Ivanovitch again rose, bowed, and sat down. "A little cup." "Very well, then, just a little cup," said Ivan Ivanovitch, and reached out his hand to the tray. Heavens, what a height of refinement there was in that man! It is impossible to describe what a pleasant impression such manners produced. "Will you not have another cup?" "I thank you sincerely," answered Ivan Ivanovitch, turning his cup upside down upon the tray and bowing. "Do me the favour, Ivan Ivanovitch." "I cannot. Much obliged." Thereupon Ivan Ivanovitch bowed and sat down. "Ivan Ivanovitch, for the sake of our friendship, just one little cup." "No, I am extremely indebted for your hospitality." So saying, Ivan Ivanovitch bowed and seated himself. "Only a cup, one little cup." Ivan Ivanovitch put his hand out to the tray and took a cup. "Oh, the deuce! How can a man contrive to support his dignity?" "Demyan Demyanovitch," said Ivan Ivanovitch, swallowing the last drain, "I have pressing business with you. I want to enter a complaint." Then Ivan Ivanovitch set down his cup and drew from his pocket a sheet of stamped paper, written over, "A complaint against my enemy, my declared enemy." "And who is that?" "Ivan Nikiforovitch Dovgotchkun." At these words the judge nearly fell off the chair. "What do you say?" he exclaimed, clasping his hands. "Ivan Ivanovitch, is this you? You see yourself that it is I. The Lord and all the saints be with you." "What? You, Ivan Ivanovitch? You have fallen out with Ivan Nikiforovitch? Is it your mouth which says that? Repeat it. It is not someone hid behind you who is speaking instead of you? What is there incredible about it? I can't endure the sight of him. He has done me a deadly injury. He has insulted my honour. Holy Trinity! How am I to believe my mother now? Why, every day when I quarrel with my sister, the old woman says, 'Children, you live together like dogs. If you would only take pattern by Ivan Ivanovitch and Ivan Nikiforovitch, they are friends, indeed. Such friends, such worthy people. There you are with your friend. Tell me what this is all about. How is it? It is a delicate business, Demyan Demyanovitch. It is impossible to relate it in words. Be pleased rather to read my plaint. Here, take it by this side. It is more convenient." "Read it, Taras Technonovitch," said the judge, turning to the secretary. Taras Technonovitch took the pliant, and blowing his nose, as all district judges' secretaries blow their noses, With the assistance of 2 fingers, he began to read. From the nobleman and landed proprietor of the Mirgorod district, Ivan Perepenko, son of Ivan, a pliant, concerning which the following points are to be noted. 1. Ivan Dovgotchkun, son of Nikifor, nobleman, known to all the world for his godless acts, which inspire disgust and in lawlessness exceed all bounds, on the 7th day of July of this year, 1810, inflicted upon me a deadly insult, touching my personal honour, and likewise tending to the humiliation and confusion of my rank and family. The said nobleman, of repulsive aspect, has also a pugnacious disposition, and is full to overflowing with blasphemy and quarrelsome words. Here the reader paused for an instant to blow his nose again, but the judge folded his hands in approbation and murmured to himself, "What a ready pen! Lord, how this man does write!" Ivan Ivanovitch requested that the reading might proceed, and Taras Tikhonovitch went on. The said Ivan Dovgotchkun, son of Nikifor, when I went to him with a friendly proposition, called me publicly by an epithet insulting and injurious to my honour, namely, a goose, whereas it is known to the whole district of Mirgorod that I never was named after that disgusting creature, and have no intention of ever being named after it. The proof of my noble extraction is that, in the baptismal register to be found in the church of the 3 bishops, the day of my birth and likewise the fact of my baptism are inscribed. But a goose, as is well known to every one who has any knowledge of science, cannot be inscribed in the baptismal register, for a goose is not a man, but a fowl, which, likewise, is sufficiently well known even to persons who have not been to college. But the said evil-minded nobleman, being privy to all these facts, affronted me with the aforesaid foul word, for no other purpose than to offer a deadly insult to my rank and station. 2. And the same impolite and indecent nobleman, moreover, attempted injury to my property, inherited by me by my father, a member of the clerical profession, Ivan Perepenko, son of Onisef, of blessed memory, inasmuch as that he, contrary to all law, transported directly opposite my porch a goose shed, which was done with no other intention than to emphasize the insult offered me. For the said shed had, up to that time, stood in a very suitable situation, and was still sufficiently strong. But the loathsome intention of the aforesaid nobleman consisted simply in this, viz., in making me a witness of unpleasant occurrences, for it is well known that no man goes into a shed, much less into a goose shed, for polite purposes. In the execution of his lawless deed, the 2 front posts trespassed on my land, received by me during the lifetime of my father, Ivan Perepenko, son of Onisef, of blessed memory, beginning at the granary, thence in a straight line to the spot where the women washed the pots. 3. The above described nobleman, whose very name and surname inspire thorough disgust, cherished in his mind a malicious design to burn me in my own house, which the infallible signs, hereinafter mentioned, fully demonstrate. In the first place, the said wicked nobleman has begun to emerge frequently from his apartments, which he never did formerly on account of his laziness and the disgusting corpulence of his body. In the second place, in his servants' apartments, adjoining the fence surrounding my own land, received by me from my father of blessed memory, Ivan Perepenko, son of Onisef. A light burns every day, and for a remarkably long period of times, which is also a clear proof of the fact. For hitherto, owing to his repulsive niggardliness, not only the tallow candle, but also the grease lamp has been extinguished. And therefore I pray that the said nobleman, Ivan Dovgotchkun, son of Nikifor, being plainly guilty of incendiarism, of insult to my rank, name, and family, and of illegal appropriation of my property, and, worse than all else, of malicious and deliberate addition to my surname, of the nickname of Goose, to be condemned by the court to fine, satisfaction, costs, and damages, and being chained, to be removed to the town jail, that judgment be rendered upon this, my pliant, immediately and without delay. Written and composed by Ivan Perepenko, son of Ivan, nobleman, and landed proprietor of Mirgorod. After the reading of the pliant was concluded, the judge approached Ivanovitch, took him by the button, and began to talk to him after this fashion. "What are you doing, Ivan Ivanovitch? Fear God! Throw away that pliant. Let it go. May Satan carry it off. Better take Ivan Nikiforovitch by the hand and kiss him. Buy him some Saturninsky or Nipolsky liquor. Make a punch, and call me in. We will drink it up together and forget all the unpleasantness." "No, Demyanovitch, it's not that sort of affair," said Ivan Ivanovitch, with the dignity which always became him so well. "It is not an affair which can be arranged by a friendly agreement. Farewell. Good day to you, too, gentlemen." He continued with the same dignity, turning to them all. "I hope that my pliant will lead to a proper action being taken," and out he went, leaving all present in a state of stupefaction. The judge sat down without uttering a word. The secretary took a pinch of snuff. The clerks upset some broken fragments of bottles which served for inkstands. And the judge himself, in absence of mind, spread out a puddle of ink upon the table with his finger. "What do you say to this, Dorofei Trofimovitch?" said the judge, turning to the assistant after a pause. "I've nothing to say," replied the clerk. "What things do happen," continued the judge. He had not finished saying this before the door creaked, and the front half of Ivan Nikiforovitch presented itself in the court-room, the rest of him remaining in the ante-room. The appearance of Ivan Nikiforovitch, and in court too, seemed so extraordinary that the judge screamed. The secretary stopped reading. One clerk, in his frieze imitation of a dress coat, took his pen in his lips, and the other swallowed a fly. Even the constable on duty and the watchman, a discharged soldier who up to that moment had stood by the door, scratching about his dirty tunic with chevrons on its arm, dropped his jaw and trod on someone's foot. "What chance brings you here? How is your health, Ivan Nikiforovitch?" But Ivan Nikiforovitch was neither dead nor alive, for he was stuck fast in the door, and could not take a step either forward or backward. In vain did the judge shout into the ante-room that someone there should push Ivan Nikiforovitch forward into the court-room. In the ante-room there was only one old woman with a petition, who, in spite of all the efforts of her bony hands, could accomplish nothing. Then one of the clerks, with thick lips, a thick nose, eyes which looked askant and intoxicated, broad shoulders and ragged elbows, approached the front half of Ivan Nikiforovitch, crossed his hands for him as though he had been a child, and winked at the old soldier, who braced his knee against Ivan Nikiforovitch's belly. So, in spite of the latter's piteous moans, he was squeezed out into the ante-room. Then they pulled the bolts and opened the other half of the door. Meanwhile the clerks and his assistants, breathing hard with their friendly exertions, exhaled such a strong odor that the courtroom seemed temporarily turned into a drinking room. "Are you hurt, Ivan Nikiforovitch? I will tell my mother to send you a decoction of brandy, with which you need but to rub your back and stomach, and all your pains will disappear." But Ivan Nikiforovitch dropped into a chair and could utter no word beyond prolonged oaths. Finally, in a faint and barely audible voice from fatigue, he exclaimed, "Wouldn't you like some?" and drawing his snuff-box from his pocket, added, "Help yourself, if you please." "Very glad to see you," replied the judge, "but I cannot conceive what made you put yourself to so much trouble and favour us with so unexpected an honour." "A pliant," Ivan Nikiforovitch managed to ejaculate. "A pliant? What pliant?" "A complaint." Here his asthma entailed a prolonged pause. "Oh, a complaint against that rascal, Ivan Ivanovitch Pererepenko." "And you too? Such particular friends? A complaint against such a benevolent man? He's Satan himself," ejaculated Ivan Nikiforovitch abruptly. The judge crossed himself. "Take my pliant and read it." "There is nothing to be done. Read it, Taras Tikhonovitch," said the judge, turning to the secretary with an expression of displeasure, which caused his nose to sniff at his upper lip, which generally occurred only as a sign of great enjoyment. This independence on the part of his nose caused the judge still greater vexation. He pulled out his handkerchief and rubbed off all the snuff from his upper lip, in order to punish it for its daring. The secretary, having gone through the usual performance which he always indulged in before he began to read, that is to say, blowing his nose without the aid of a pocket handkerchief, began in his ordinary voice in the following manner: "Ivan Dovkochkun, son of Nikifor, nobleman of the Mirgorod district, presents a pliant, and begs to call upon the attention to the following points. 1. Through his hateful malice and plainly manifested ill will, the person calling himself a nobleman, Ivan Pererepenko, son of Ivan, perpetrates against me every manner of injury, damage, and like spiteful deeds, which inspire me with terror. Yesterday afternoon, like a brigand and thief, with axes, saws, chisels, and various locksmith tools, he came by night into my yard, and into my own goose shed located within it, and with his own hand, and in an outrageous manner, destroyed it, for which very illegal and burglarious deed on my side I gave no manner of cause. 2. The same nobleman Pererepenko has designs upon my life, and on the 7th of last month, cherishing this design in secret, he came to me and began, in a friendly and insidious manner, to ask of me a gun which was in my chamber, and offered me for it, with the miserliness peculiar to him, many worthless objects, such as a brown sow and 2 sacks of oats. Divining at that time his criminal intentions, I endeavoured in every way to dissuade him from it, but the said rascal and scoundrel, Ivan Pererepenko, son of Ivan, abused me like a muzhik, and since that time has cherished against me an irreconcilable enmity. His sister was well known to everyone as a loose character, and went off with a regiment of chasseurs, which was stationed at Mirgorod 5 years ago, but she inscribed her husband as a peasant. His father and mother too were not law-abiding people, and both were inconceivable drunkards. The aforementioned nobleman and robber Pererepenko, in his beastly and blameworthy actions, goes beyond all his family, and under the guise of piety does the most immoral things. He does not observe the fasts, for on the eve of St. Philip's this atheist bought a sheep, and the next day ordered his mistress Gapka to kill it, alleging that he needed tallow for lamps and candles at once. Therefore I pray that the said nobleman, a manifest robber, church thief, and rascal, convicted of plundering and stealing, may be put in irons and confined in the jail or the government prison, and there under supervision, deprived of his rank and nobility, well flogged and banished to forced labour in Siberia, and that he may be commanded to pay damages and costs, and that judgment may be rendered on this my petition. To this pliant Ivan Dovkochkun, son of Nikifor, noble of Mirgorod district, had set his hand. As soon as the secretary had finished reading, Ivan Nikiforovitch seized his hat and bowed, with the intention of departing. "Where are you going, Ivan Nikiforovitch?" the judge called after him. "Sit down a little while, have some tea. Orishko, why are you standing there, you stupid girl, winking at the clerks? Go, bring tea." But Ivan Nikiforovitch, in terror at having got so far from home, and at having undergone such a fearful quarantine, made haste to crawl through the door, saying, "Don't trouble yourself, it is with pleasure that I," and closed it after him, leaving all present stupefied. There was nothing to be done. Both pliants were entered, and the affair promised to assume a sufficiently serious aspect, when an unforeseen occurrence lent an added interest to it. As the judge was leaving the court in company with the clerk and secretary, and employees were thrusting into sacks the fowls, eggs, loaves, pies, cracknels, and other odds and ends brought by the plaintiffs. Just at that moment a brown sow rushed into the room and snatched, to the amazement of the spectators, neither a pie nor a crust of bread, but Ivan Nikiforovitch's pliant, which lay at the end of the table with its leaves hanging over. Having seized the document, Mistress Sow ran off so briskly that no one of the clerks or officials could catch her, in spite of the rulers and ink bottles they hurled after her. This extraordinary occurrence produced a terrible muddle, for there had not been even a copy taken of the pliant. The judge, that is to say, his secretary and assistant, debated for a long time upon such an unheard of affair. Finally, it was decided to write a report of the matter to the governor, as the investigation of the matter pertained more to the department of the city police. Report number 389 was dispatched to him that same day, and also upon that day there came to light a sufficiently curious explanation, which the reader may learn from the following chapter. End of section 19, chapter 4. Section 20 of Taras Bulba and Other Tales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading done by Jules Hawryluk of Mississauga, Ontario, Canada. Taras Bulba and Other Tales by Nikolai Vasilievich GOGOL. Chapter 20, in which are detailed the deliberations of two important personages of Mirgorod. As soon as Ivan Ivanovitch had arranged his domestic affairs and stepped out upon the balcony, according to his custom, to lie down, he saw, to his indescribable amazement, something red at the gate. This was the red facings of the chief of police's coat, which were polished equally with his collar, and resembled varnished leather on the edges. Ivan Ivanovitch thought to himself, It's not bad that Peter Fedorovitch has come to talk it over with me." But he was very much surprised to see that the chief was walking remarkably fast and flourishing his hands, which were very rarely the case with him. There were 8 buttons on the chief of police's uniform, the 9th torn off in some manner during the procession at the consecration of the church 2 years before. The police had not been able to find out to this time, although the chief, on the occasion of the daily reports made to him by the sergeants, always asked, "Has that button been found?" These 8 buttons were strewn about him as women's sow beans, one to the right and one to the left. His left foot was struck by a ball in the last campaign, and so he limped and threw it out so far to one side as to almost counteract the efforts of the right foot. The more briskly the chief of police worked his walking apparatus, the less progress he made in advance. So while he was getting to the balcony, Ivan Ivanovitch had plenty of time to lose himself in surmises as to why the chief was flourishing his hands so vigorously. This interested him the more, as the matter seemed one of unusual importance, for the chief had a new dagger. "Good morning, Peter Fedorovitch," cried Ivan Ivanovitch, who was, as has always been stated, exceedingly curious, and could not restrain his impatience as the chief of police began to ascend to the balcony, yet never raised his eyes and kept grumbling at his foot, which could not be persuaded to mount the step at the first attempt. "I wish my good friend and benefactor, Ivan Ivanovitch, a good day," replied the chief. "Pray sit down. I see that you are weary, as your lame foot hinders." "My foot!" cried the chief, bestowing upon Ivan Ivanovitch a glance such as a giant might cast upon a pygmy, a pendant upon a dancing master. And he stretched out his foot and stamped down upon the floor with it. This boldness cost him dear, for his whole body wavered and his nose struck the railing. But the brave preserver of order, with the purpose of making light of it, righted himself immediately and began to feel in his pocket as if to get his snuff-box. "I must report to you, my dear friend and benefactor, Ivan Ivanovitch, that never in all my days have I made such a march. Yes, seriously. For instance, during the campaign of 1807. Ah, I will tell you how I crawled through the enclosure to see a pretty little German." Here the chief closed one eye and executed a diabolically sly smile. "Where have you been today?" asked Ivan Ivanovitch, wishing to cut the chief short and bring him more speedily to the object of his visit. He was very much liked to inquire what the chief meant to tell him, but his extensive knowledge of the world showed him the impropriety of such a question, and so he had to keep himself well in hand and await a solution, his heart, meanwhile, beating with unusual force. "Ah, excuse me, I was going to tell you. Where was I?" answered the chief of police. "In the first place, I report that the weather is fine today." At these last words, Ivan Ivanovitch nearly died. "But permit me," went on the chief. "I have come to you today about a very important affair." Here the chief's face and bearing assumed the same careworn aspect with which he had ascended to the balcony. Ivan Ivanovitch breathed again and shook as if in a fever, omitting not, as was his habit, to put a question. "What is the important matter? Is it important? Pray judge for yourself. In the first place, I venture to report to you, dear friend and benefactor, Ivan Ivanovitch, that I beg you to observe that, for my own part, I should have nothing to say, but the rules of government require it, that you have transgressed the rules of propriety." What do you mean, Peter Fedorovitch? I don't understand at all. Pardon me, Ivan Ivanovitch. How can it be that you do not understand? Your own beast has destroyed an important government document, and you can still say, after that you do not understand. What beast? Your own brown sow, with your permission, be it said. How can I be responsible? Why did the doorkeeper of the court open the door? But, Ivan Ivanovitch, your own brown sow. You must be responsible. I am extremely obliged to you for comparing me to a sow. But I did not say that, Ivan Ivanovitch. By heaven, I did not say so. Pray judge from your own clear conscience. It is known to you without doubt that in accordance with the views of the government, unclean animals are forbidden to roam about the town, particularly in the principal streets. Admit now that it is prohibited. God knows what you're talking about. A mighty important business that a sow got into the street. Permit me to inform you, Ivan Ivanovitch, permit me, that this is utterly inadvisable. What is to be done? The authorities command, we must obey. I don't deny that sometimes chicken and geese run about the street, and even about the square. Pray observe, chicken and geese. But only last year I gave orders that pigs and goats were not to be admitted to the public squares, which regulations I directed to be read aloud at the time before all the people. No, Peter Fedorovitch, I see nothing here except that you are doing your best to insult me. But you cannot say that, my dearest friend and benefactor, that I have tried to insult you. Bethink yourself. I never said a word to you last year when you built a roof a whole foot higher than is allowed by law. On the contrary, I pretended not to have observed it. Believe me, my dearest friend, even now I would, so to speak, but my duty, in a word, my duty demands that I should have an eye to cleanliness. Just judge for yourself, when suddenly in the principal street, fine principal streets you are, every woman goes there and throws down any rubbish she chooses. Permit me to inform you, Ivan Ivanovitch, that it is you who are insulting me. That does sometimes happen, but, as a rule, only besides fences, sheds, or storehouses, but that a filthy sow should intrude herself in the main street, in the square, now is a matter. What sort of a matter, Peter Fedorovitch? Surely a sow is one of God's creatures. Agreed. Everybody knows that you are a learned man, that you are acquainted with sciences and various other subjects. I never studied the sciences. I began to learn to write in my 13th year. Of course you know that I was a soldier in the ranks. Said Ivan Ivanovitch. Yes, continued the chief of police. In 1801, I was in the 42nd Regiment of Chasseurs, lieutenant in the 4th Company. The commander of our company was, if I may be permitted to mention it, Captain Eremeev. Thereupon the chief of police thrust his fingers into the snuff-box which Ivan Ivanovitch was holding open, and stirred up the stuff. Ivan Ivanovitch answered, But my duty, went on the chief of police, is to obey the commands of the authorities. Do you know, Ivan Ivanovitch, that a person who purloins a government contract in the courtrooms incurs capital punishment equally with other criminals? I know it, and if you like I can give you lessons. It is so decreed with regard to people, as if you, for instance, were to steal a document, but a sow is an animal, one of God's creatures. Certainly, but the law reads, those guilty of theft. I beg of you to listen more attentively. Those guilty, here is indicated neither race, nor sex, nor rank. Of course an animal can be guilty. You may say what you please, but the animal, until the sentence is pronounced by the court, should be committed to the charge of the police as a transgressor of the law." "No, Peter Feodorovitch," retorted Ivan Ivanovitch coolly, "that shall not be. As you like, I only must carry out the orders of the authorities. What are you threatening me with? Probably you want to send that one-armed soldier after her. I shall order the woman who tends the door to drive him off with the poker. He'll get his last arm broken. I dare not dispute with you, in case you will not commit the sow to the charge of the police. Then do what you please with her. Kill her for Christmas, if you like, and make hams of her, or eat her as she is. Only I should like to ask you, in case you make sausages, to send me a couple, such as your Gapka makes so well, of blood and lard. My Agrafena Trofimovna is extremely fond of them. I will send you a couple of sausages if you permit. I shall be extremely obliged to you, dear friend and benefactor. Now permit me to say one word more. I am commissioned by the judge, as well as by all our acquaintances, so to speak, to effect a reconciliation between you and your friend Ivan Nikiforovitch." "What, with that brute? I to be reconciled to that clown? Never. It shall not be. It shall not be." Ivan Ivanovitch was in a remarkably determined frame of mind. "As you like," replied the chief of police, treating both nostrils to snuff. "I will not venture to advise you, but permit me to mention, here you live at enmity, and if you make peace—" But Ivan Ivanovitch began to talk about catching quail, as he usually did when he wanted to put an end to a conversation. So the chief of police was obliged to retire without having achieved any success whatsoever. End of section 20. And chapter 5. Section 21 of the Taras Bulba and Other Tales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording done by Jules Hawryluk of Mississauga, Ontario, Canada. Taras Bulba and Other Tales by Nikolai Vasilievich GOGOL, from which the reader can easily discover what is contained in it. In spite of all the judge's efforts to keep the matter secret, all Mirgorod knew by the next day that Ivan Ivanovitch's sow had stolen Ivan Nikiforovitch's petition. The chief of police himself, in a moment of forgetfulness, was the first to betray himself. When Ivan Nikiforovitch was informed of it, he said nothing. He merely inquired, "Was it the brown one?" But Agafia Fedosovna, who was present, began again to urge on Ivan Nikiforovitch. "What's the matter with you, Ivan Nikiforovitch? People will laugh at you as a fool if you let it pass. How can you remain a nobleman after that? You will be worse than the old woman who sells the honey cakes with hemp-seed oil you are so fond of." And the mischief-maker persuaded him. She hunted up somewhere a middle-aged man with dark complexion, spots all over his face, and a dark blue surtout patched on the elbows, a regular official scribbler. He blacked his boots with tar, wore 3 pens behind his ear, and a glass vial tied to his buttonhole, with a string instead of an ink bottle, ate as many as 9 pies at once, and put the 10th in his pocket, and wrote so many slanders of all sorts on a single sheet of stamped paper, that no reader could get through all at the one time without interspersing coughs and sneezes. This man laboured, toiled, and wrote, and finally concocted the following document. To the district judge of Mirgorod, from the noble Ivan Dovkochkun, son of Nikifor. In pursuant of my plaint, which was presented by me, Ivan Dovkochkun, son of Nikifor, against the nobleman Ivan Perepenko, son of Ivan, to which the judge of the Mirgorod district court has exhibited indifference, and the shameless high-handed deed of the brown sow being kept secret, and coming to my ears from outside parties. And the said neglect, plainly malicious, lies incontestably at the judge's door, for the sow is a stupid animal, and therefore unfit for the theft of papers, from which it is plainly appears that the said frequently mentioned sow was not otherwise than instigated to the same by the opponent Ivan Perepenko, son of Ivan, calling himself a nobleman and already convicted of theft, conspiracy against life, the desecration of a church. But the said Mirgorod judge, with the partisanship peculiar to him, gave his private consent to this individual, for without such consent the said sow could by no possible means have been admitted to carry out the document. For the judge of the district court of Mirgorod is well provided with servants. It was only necessary to summon a soldier, who is always on duty in the reception room, and who, although he has but one eye and one somewhat damaged arm, has powers quite adequate to driving out a sow and to beating it with a stick, for which is credibly evident the criminal negligence of said Mirgorod judge and the incontestable sharing of the Jew-like spoils thereupon resulting from these mutual conspirators. And the aforesaid robber and nobleman, Ivan Perepenko, son of Ivan, having disgraced himself, finished his turning on his lathe. Wherefore, I, noble Ivan Dovkochkun, son of Nikifor, declare to the said district judge in proper form that if the said brown sow or the man Perepenko be not summoned to the court, and judgment in accordance with justice and my advantage pronounced upon her, then I, Ivan Dovkochkun, son of Nikifor, shall present a plaint, with observance of all due formalities against the said district judge for his illegal partisanship, to the superior courts. Ivan Dovkochkun, son of Nikifor, noble of the Mirgorod district. This petition produced its effect. The judge was a man of timid disposition, as all good people generally are. He betook himself to the secretary, but the secretary emitted from his lips a thick and exhibited on his countenance that indifference and diabolically equivocal expression which Satan alone assumes when he sees his victim hastening to his feet. One resource remained to him, to reconcile the two friends, but how to set about it, when all attempts up to that time had been so unsuccessful? Nevertheless, it was decided to make another effort, but Ivan Ivanovitch declared outright that he would not hear of it, and even flew into a violent passion, whilst Ivan Nikiforovitch, in lieu of an answer, turned his back and would not utter a word. Then the case went on with the usual promptness upon which courts usually pride themselves. Documents were dated, labelled, numbered, sewn together, registered all in one day, and the matter laid on the shelf, where it continued to lie, for 1, 2, or 3 years. Many brides were married. A new street was laid out in Mirgorod. One of the judge's double teeth fell out, and 2 of his eye teeth. More children than ever ran about Ivan Ivanovitch's yard. Ivan Nikiforovitch, as a reproof to Ivan Ivanovitch, constructed a new goose shed, although a little farther back than the first. and built himself completely off from his neighbour, so that these worthy people hardly ever beheld each other's faces. But still the case laid in the cabinet, which had become marbled with ink pots. In the meantime, a very important event for all Mirgorod had taken place. The chief of police had given a reception. Whence shall I obtain a brush and colours to depict this varied gathering and magnificent feast? Take your watch, open it, and look what's going on inside. A fearful confusion, is it not? Now imagine almost the same, if not a greater, number of wheels standing in the chief of police's courtyard. How many carriages and wagons were there? One was wide behind and narrow in front, another narrow behind and wide in front. One was a carriage and a wagon combined, another neither a carriage nor a wagon. One resembled a huge hayrick or a fat merchant's wife, another a dilapidated Jew or a skeleton not quite freed from the skin. One was a perfect pipe with a long stem in profile, another, resembling nothing whatever, suggested some strange, shapeless, fantastic object. In the midst of this chaos of wheels rose coaches with windows like those of a room. The drivers, in grey Cossack coats, gabardines, and white hareskin coats, sheepskin hats and caps of various patterns, and with pipes in their hands, drove the unharnessed horses through the yard. What a reception the chief of police gave! Permit me to run through the list of those who were there. Taras Tarasovich, Evpol Akenfovich, Evtikhiyovich, Ivan Ivanovich, not that Ivanovich but another, Gaba Barilanovich, our Ivanovich, Ilefirievich, Makar Nazarovich, Toma Gigorovich. I can say no more. My powers fail me. My hand stopped writing. And how many ladies were there? Dark and fair, tall and short, some fat like Ivan Nikiforovich, and some so thin that it seemed as though each one might hide herself in the scabbard of the chief's sword. What headdresses! What costumes! Red, yellow, coffee-coloured, green, blue, new, turned, remade dresses, ribbons, reticules. Farewell, poor eyes! You will never be good for anything any more after such a spectacle. And how long the table was drawn out, and how all talked, and what a noise they made! What is a mill with its driving wheel, stones, beams, hammers, wheels, in comparison with this? I cannot tell you exactly what they talked about, but presumably of many agreeable and useful things, such as weather, dogs, wheat, cap, and dice. At length Ivan Ivanovich, not our Ivanovich, but the other, who had but one eye, said, "It strikes me as strange that my right eye." This one-eyed Ivan Ivanovich always spoke sarcastically about himself. "Does not see Ivan Nikiforovich, Gospodin Dovkochkun?" "He would not come," said the chief of police. "Why not? It's 2 years now, gory to Glod, since they quarrelled, that is. Ivan Ivanovich and Ivan Nikiforovich, where one goes, the other will not go." "You don't say so." Thereupon one-eyed Ivanovich raised his eye and clasped his hands. "Well, if people with good eyes cannot live in peace, how am I to live amicably with my bad one?" At these words they all laughed at the top of their voices. Every one liked one-eyed Ivan Ivanovich, because he cracked jokes in that style. A tall, thin man in a frieze coat, with a plaster on his nose, who up to this time had sat in the corner and never once altered the expression of his face. Even when a fly lighted on his nose, rose from his seat and approached nearer to the crowd which surrounded one-eyed Ivan Ivanovitch. "Listen," said Ivan Ivanovitch, when he perceived that quite a throng had collected about him. "Suppose we make peace between our friends. Ivan Ivanovitch is talking with the women and girls. Let us send quietly for Ivan Nikiforovitch and bring them together." Ivan Ivanovitch's proposal was unanimously agreed to, and it was decided to send at once to Ivan Nikiforovitch's house, and beg him, at any rate, to come to the chief of police's for dinner. But the difficult question as to who was to be entrusted with this weighty commission rendered all thoughtful. They debated long as to who was the most expert in diplomatic matters. At length it was unanimously agreed to depute Anton Prokofievitch to do this business. But it is necessary, first of all, to make the reader somewhat acquainted with this noteworthy person. Anton Prokofievitch was a truly good man, in the fullest meaning of the term. If any one in Mirgorod gave him a neckerchief or underclothes, he returned thanks. If any one gave him a fillip on the nose, he returned thanks too. If he was asked, "Why, Anton Prokofievitch, do you wear a light brown coat with blue sleeves?" he generally replied, "Ah, you haven't one like it. Wait a bit, it will soon fade and will be alike all over." And in point of fact, the blue cloth from the effects of the sun began to turn cinnamon colour and became of the same tint as the rest of the coat. But the strange part of it was that Anton Prokofievitch had a habit of wearing woolen clothing in summer and nankeen in winter. Anton Prokofievitch had no house of his own. He used to have one on the outskirts of the town, but he sold it, and with the purchase money bought a team of brown horses, and a little carriage in which he drove about to stay with the squires. But as the horses were a deal of trouble and money was required for oats, Anton Prokofievitch bartered them for a violin and a housemaid, with 25 paper roubles to boot. Afterwards, Anton Prokofievitch sold the violin, and exchanged the girl for a morocco and gold tobacco pouch. Now he has such a tobacco pouch as no one else has. As a result of this luxury, he can no longer go about among country houses, but has to remain in the town and pass the night at different houses, especially of those gentlemen who take pleasure in tapping him on the nose. Anton Prokofievitch is very fond of good eating, and plays a good game of cards. Obeying orders always was his forte, so, taking his hat and cane, he set out at once on his errand. But as he walked along, he began to ponder in what manner he should contrive to induce Ivan Nikiforovitch to come to the assembly. The unbending character of the latter, who was otherwise a worthy man, rendered the undertaking almost hopeless. How, indeed, was he to persuade him to come, when even rising from his bed cost him so great an effort? But supposing he did rise, how could he get him to come, where, as he doubtless knew, his irreconcilable enemy already was? The more Anton Prokofievitch reflected, the more difficulties he perceived. The day was sultry, the sun beat down, the perspiration poured from him in streams. Anton Prokofievitch was a tolerably sharp man in many respects, though he did tap him on the nose. In bartering, however, he was not fortunate. He knew very well when to play the fool, and sometimes contrived to turn things to his own profit amid circumstances and surroundings from which a wise man could rarely escape without loss. His ingenious mind had contrived a means of persuading Ivan Nikiforovitch, and he was proceeding bravely to face everything when an unexpected occurrence somewhat disturbed his equanimity. There is no harm, at this point, in admitting to the reader that, among other things, Anton Prokofievitch was the owner of a pair of trousers of such singular properties that whenever he put them on, the dogs always bit his calves. Unfortunately, he had donned this particular pair of trousers, and he had hardly given himself up to meditation before a fearful barking on all sides saluted his ears. Anton Prokofievitch raised such a yell, no one could scream louder than he, that not only did the well-known woman and the occupant of the endless coat rushed out to meet him, but even the small boys from Ivan Ivanovitch's yard. But although the dogs succeeded in tasting only one of his calves, this sensibility diminished his courage, and he entered the porch with a certain amount of timidity. End of section 21 and chapter 6. Section 21 of Taras Bulba and Other Tales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording done by Jules Hawryluk of Mississauga, Ontario, Canada. Taras Bulba and Other Tales by Nikolai Vasilievich GOGOL. How a reconciliation was sought to be effected and a lawsuit ensued. Ah, how do you do? Why do you irritate the dogs? Said Ivan Nikiforovitch on perceiving Anton Prokofievitch. For no one spoke otherwise than jestingly with Anton Prokofievitch. Hang them! Who's been irritating them? Retorted Anton Prokofievitch. You have. By heavens, no. You are invited to dinner by Peter Fedorovitch. He invites you in a more pressing manner than I can tell you. Why, says he, does Ivan Nikiforovitch shun me like an enemy? He never comes round to have a chat or make a call. Ivan Nikiforovitch stroked his beard. If, says he, Ivan Nikiforovitch does not come now, I shall not know what to think. Surely he must have some design against me. Pray, Anton Prokofievitch, persuade Ivan Nikiforovitch. Come, Ivan Nikiforovitch, let us go. A very choice company is already met there. Ivan Nikiforovitch began to look at a cock which was perched on the roof, crowing with all its might. If you only knew, Ivan Nikiforovitch, pursued the zealous ambassador, what fresh sturgeon and caviar Peter Fedorovitch has had sent to him. Whereupon Ivan Nikiforovitch turned his head and began to listen attentively. This encouraged the messenger. Come quickly, Toma Grigorovitch is there too. Why don't you come, he added, seeing that Ivan Nikiforovitch still lay in the same position. Shall we go or not? I won't. This I won't, startled Anton Prokofievitch. He had fancied that his alluring representations had quite moved this very worthy man. But instead he heard the decisive, I won't. Why won't you? He asked, with a vexation which he very rarely exhibited. Even when they put burning paper on his head, a trick which the judge and the chief of police were particularly fond of indulging in. Ivan Nikiforovitch took a pinch of snuff. Just as you like, Ivan Nikiforovitch. I do not know what detains you. Why don't I go? Said Ivan Nikiforovitch at length. Because that brigand will be there. This was his ordinary way of alluding to Ivan Ivanovitch. Just God, and it is long. He will not be there. He will not be there. Maybe the lightning killed me on the spot, returned Anton Prokofyevich, who was ready to perjure himself 10 times in an hour. "Come along, Ivan Nikiforovitch." "You lie, Anton Prokofyevich. He is there." By heavens, he's not. May I never stir from this place if he's there. Now, just think for yourself. What object have I in lying? May my hands and feet wither. What, you don't believe me now? May I perish right here in your presence. Don't you believe me yet? Ivan Nikiforovitch was entirely reassured by these asseverations, and ordered his valet, in the boundless coat, to fetch his trousers and nankeen spencer. To describe how Ivan Nikiforovitch put on his trousers, how they wound his neckerchief around his neck, and finally dragged on his spencer, which burst under the left sleeve, would be quite superfluous. Suffice it to say that during the whole of the time he perceived a becoming calmness of demeanour, and answered not a word to Anton Prokofyevitch's proposition to exchange something for his Turkish tobacco pouch. Meanwhile, the assembly awaited with impatience the decisive moment when Ivan Nikiforovitch should make his appearance, and at length complied with the general desire that these worthy people should be reconciled to each other. Many were almost convinced that Ivan Nikiforovitch would not come. Even the chief of police offered to bet with one-eyed Ivan Ivanovitch that he would not come, and only desisted when one-eyed Ivanovitch demanded that he should wager his lame foot against his own bad eye, at which the chief of police was greatly offended, and the company enjoyed a quiet laugh. No one had yet sat down to the table, although it was long past 2 o'clock, an hour before which, in Mirgorod, even on ceremonial occasions, everyone had already dined. No sooner did Anton Prokofyevitch show himself in the doorway than he was instantly surrounded. Anton Prokofyevitch, in answer to all inquiries, shouted the all-decisive words, "He will not come." No sooner had he uttered them than a hailstorm of reproaches, scoldings, and possibly even Phillips were about to descend upon his head for the ill success of his mission, when all at once the door opened, and Ivan Nikiforovitch entered. If Satan himself or a corpse had appeared, it would not have caused such consternation among the company as Ivan Nikiforovitch's unexpected arrival created. But Anton Prokofyevitch only went off into a fit of laughter, and held his sides with delight at having played such a joke upon the company. At all events, it was almost past the belief of all that Ivan Nikiforovitch could, in so brief a space of time, have attired himself like a respectable gentleman. Ivan Ivanovitch was not there at the moment. He had stepped out somewhere. Recovering from their amazement, the guests expressed an interest in Ivan Nikiforovitch's health, and their pleasure at his increase in breadth. Ivan Nikiforovitch kissed everyone and said, "Very much obliged." Meantime, the fragrance of the beef soup was wafted through the apartment, and tickled the nostrils of the hungry guests very agreeably. All rushed headlong to the table. The line of ladies, loquacious and silent, thin and stout, swept on, and the long table soon glittered with all the hues of the rainbow. I will not describe the courses. I will make no mention of the curd dumplings with sour cream, nor of the dish of pigs fried that was served with the soup, nor of the turkey with plums and raisins, nor of the dish which generally resembled in appearance a boot soaked in kvass, nor of the sauce which is the swan song of the old-fashioned cook, nor of that other dish which was brought in all enveloped in the flames of spirit, and amused as well as frightened the ladies extremely. I will say nothing of these dishes, because I like to eat them better than to spend many words in discussing them. Ivan Ivanovitch was exceedingly pleased with the fish dressed with horseradish. He devoted himself especially to this useful and nourishing preparation. Picking out all the fine bones from the fish, he laid them on his plate, and happening to glance across the table, heavenly Creator, but this was strange. Opposite him sat Ivan Nikiforovitch. At the very same instant, Ivan Nikiforovitch glanced up also. "No, I can't do no more. Give me a fresh pen with a fine point for this picture. Mine is flabby." Their faces seemed to turn to stone while still retaining their defiant expression. Each beheld a long, familiar face, to which it should have seemed the most natural of things to step up involuntarily, as to an unexpected friend, and offer a snuff-box with the words, "Do me the favor," or "Dare I beg you to do me the favor?" Instead of this, the face was terrible as a forerunner of evil. The perspiration poured in streams from Ivan Ivanovitch and Ivan Nikiforovitch. All the guests at the table grew dumb with attention, and never once took their eyes off the former friends. The ladies, who had been busy up to that time on a sufficiently interesting discussion as to the preparation of capons, suddenly cut their conversation short. All was silent. It was a picture worthy of the brush of a great artist. At length Ivan Ivanovitch pulled out his handkerchief and began to blow his nose, whilst Ivan Nikiforovitch glanced about, and his eye rested on the open door. The chief of police at once perceived this movement, and ordered the door to be fastened. Then both of the friends began to eat, and never once glanced at each other again. As soon as dinner was over, the two former friends both rose from their seats and began to look for their hats, with a view to departure. Then the chief beckoned, and Ivan Ivanovitch, not our Ivan Ivanovitch, but the other one with the one eye, got behind Ivan Nikiforovitch, and the chief stepped behind Ivan Ivanovitch, and the two began to drag them backwards in order to bring them together, and not release them till they had shaken hands with each other. Ivan Ivanovitch, the one-eyed, pushed Ivan Nikiforovitch, with tolerable success, towards the spot where stood Ivan Ivanovitch. But the chief of police directed his course too much to one side, because he could not steer himself with his refractory leg, which obeyed no orders whatever on this occasion, and, as if with malice and aforethought, swung itself uncommonly far, and in quite the contrary direction, possibly from the fact that there had been an unusual amount of fruit wine after dinner, so that Ivan Ivanovitch fell over a lady in a red gown, who had thrust herself into the very midst, out of curiosity. Such an omen forebode no good. Nevertheless, the judge, in order to set things to rights, took the chief of police's place, and, sweeping all the snuff from his upper lip with his nose, pushed Ivan Ivanovitch in the opposite direction. In Mirgorod this is the usual manner of effecting a reconciliation. It somewhat resembles a game of ball. As soon as the judge pushed Ivan Ivanovitch, with the one eye, exerted all his strength and pushed Ivan Nikiforovitch, for whom the perspiration streamed like rainwater from a roof. In spite of the fact that the friends resisted to the best of their ability, they were nevertheless brought together, for the two chief movers received reinforcements from the ranks of their guests. Then they were closely surrounded on all sides, not to be released until they had decided to give one another their hands. God be with you, Ivan Nikiforovitch and Ivan Ivanovitch. Declare upon your honor now that what you quarrelled about were mere trifles, were they not? Are you not ashamed of yourself before people and before God? I do not know, said Ivan Nikiforovitch, panting with fatigue, though it is to be observed that he was not at all disinclined to a reconciliation. I do not know what I did to Ivan Ivanovitch, but why did he destroy my coop and plot against my life? I am innocent of any evil designs, said Ivan Ivanovitch, never looking at Ivan Nikiforovitch. I swear before God and before you, honourable nobleman, I did nothing to my enemy. Why does he calumniate me and insult my rank and family? How have I insulted you, Ivan Ivanovitch? Said Ivan Nikiforovitch. One moment more of explanation, and the long enmity would have been extinguished. Ivan Nikiforovitch was already feeling in his pocket for his snuff-box and was about to say, "Do me the favour." "It is not an insult," answered Ivan Ivanovitch without raising his eyes. "When you, my dear sir, insulted my honour and my family with a word which is improper to repeat here. Permit me to observe, in a friendly manner, Ivan Ivanovitch." Here Ivan Nikiforovitch touched Ivan Ivanovitch's button with his finger, which clearly indicated the disposition of his mind. "That you took offence, the deuce only knows at what, because I called you a goose." It occurred to Ivan Nikiforovitch that he had made a mistake in uttering that word, but it was too late. The word was said. Everything went to the winds. On the utterance of this word without witness, Ivan Ivanovitch lost control of himself and flew into such a passion as God preserves us from beholding any man in. What was to be expected now? I put it to you, dear readers, what was to be expected now, when the fatal word was uttered in an assemblage of persons among whom were ladies, in whose presence Ivan Ivanovitch liked to be particularly polite. If Ivan Nikiforovitch had set to work in any other manner, if he had only said bird and not goose, it might still have been arranged, but all was at an end. He gave one look at Ivan Nikiforovitch, but such a look! If that look had possessed active power, then it would have turned Ivan Nikiforovitch into dust. The guest understood the look and hastened to separate them. And this man, the very model of gentleness, who never let a single poor woman go by without interrogating her, rushed out in a fearful rage. Such violent storms do passions produce. For a whole month nothing was heard of Ivan Ivanovitch. He shut himself up at home. His ancestral chest was opened, and from it were taken silver roubles, his grandfather's old silver roubles. And these roubles passed into the ink-stained hands of legal advisers. The case was sent up to the higher court, and when Ivan Ivanovitch received the joyful news that it would be decided on the morrow, then only did he look out upon the world and resolve to emerge from his house. Alas, from that time forth the council gave notice day by day that the case would be finished on the morrow, for the space of 10 years. 5 years ago I passed through the town of Mirgorod. I came at a bad time. It was autumn, with its damp, melancholy weather, mud and mist, an unnatural verdure, the result of incessant rains, covered with a watery network the fields and meadows, to which it is as well suited as useful pranks to an old man, or roses to an old woman. The weather made a deep impression on me at the time. When it was dull, I was dull. But in spite of this, when I came to pass through Mirgorod, my heart beat violently. God, what reminiscences! I had not seen Mirgorod for 20 years. Here had lived, in touching friendship, two inseparable friends, and how many prominent people had died. Judge Demyan Demyanovitch was already gone. Ivan Ivanovitch, with the one eye, had long ceased to live. I entered the main street. All about stood poles with bundles of straw on top. Some alterations were in progress. Several dwellings had been removed. The remnants of board and wattled fences projected sadly here and there. It was a festival day. I ordered my basket chaise to stop in front of the church, and entered softly that no one might turn around. To tell the truth, there was no need of this. The church was almost empty. There were very few people. It was evident that even the most pious feared the mud. The candles seemed strangely unpleasant in that gloomy, or rather sickly light. The dim vestibule was melancholy. The long windows, with their circular panes, were bedewed with tears of rain. I retired into the vestibule, and addressing a respectable old man with greyish hair, said, "May I inquire if Ivan Nikiforovitch is still living?" At that moment the lamp before the holy picture burned up more brightly, and the light fell directly upon the face of my companion. What was my surprise, on looking more closely, to behold features with which I was acquainted. It was Ivan Nikiforovitch himself, but how had he changed? "Are you well, Ivan Nikiforovitch? How old have you grown?" "Yes, I have grown old. I have just come from Poltava today," answered Ivan Nikiforovitch. "You don't say so. You have been to Poltava in such bad weather? What was to be done? That lawsuit." At this I sighed involuntarily. Ivan Nikiforovitch observed my sigh and said, "Do not be troubled. I have a reliable information that the case will be decided next week and in my favour." I shrugged my shoulders and went to seek news of Ivan Ivanovitch. "Ivan Ivanovitch is here," someone said to me, "in the choir." I saw a gaunt form. Was that Ivan Ivanovitch? His face covered with wrinkles, his hair was perfectly white, but the pelisse was the same as ever. After the first greetings were over, Ivan Ivanovitch, turning to me with a joyful smile, which always became his funnel-shaped face, said, "Have you been told the good news?" "What news?" I inquired. "My case is to be decided tomorrow without fail. The court has announced it decisively." I sighed more deeply than before, made haste to take my leave, for I was bound on a very important business, and seated myself in my kibitka. The lean nags known in Mirgorod as post horses started, producing with their hoofs, which were buried in a grey mass of mud, a sound very displeasing to the ear. The rain poured in torrents upon the Jew seated on the box, covered with a rug. The dampness penetrated through and through me. The gloomy barrier with a sentry box, in which an old soldier was repairing his weapons, was passed slowly. Again the same fields, in some places black, where they had been dug up, in others of a greenish hue. Wet daws and crows, monotonous rain, a tearful sky without one gleam of light. It is gloomy in this world, gentlemen. End of section 22, chapter 7. Section 23 of Taras Bulba and Other Tales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording done by Jules Hawryluk of Mississauga, Ontario, Canada. Taras Bulba and Other Tales by Nikolai Vasilievich GOGOL. The Mysterious Portrait. Part 1. Nowhere did so many people pause as before the little picture shop in Stichkukenwy Dwar. This little shop contained, indeed, the most varied collection of curiosities. The pictures were chiefly oil paintings covered with dark varnish in frames of dingy yellow, winter scenes with white trees, very red sunsets like raging conflagrations, a Flemish boor, more like a turkey cock in cuffs than a human being, were the prevailing subjects. To these must be added a few engravings, such as a portrait of Kosseff Mirza in a sheepskin cap, and some generals with three-corner hats and hook noses. Moreover, the doors of such shops are usually festooned with bundles of those publications, printed on large sheets of bark and then coloured by hand, which bear witness to the native talent of the Russian. On one was Tsarivna Milakriza Kirbetivna, on another the city of Jerusalem. There are usually but few purchasers of these productions, but gazers are many. Some truant lackey probably yawns in front of them, holding in his hand the dishes containing dinner from the cook shop for his master, who will not get his soup very hot. Before them, too, will most likely be standing a soldier wrapped in his cloak, a dealer from the old clothes mark with a couple of penknives for sale, and a huckstress with a basket full of shoes. Each expresses admiration in his own way. The musics generally touch them with their fingers. The dealers gaze seriously at them. Serving boys and apprentices laugh, and tease each other with the coloured caricatures. Old lackeys in frieze coats look at them merely for the sake of yawning away their time somewhere. And the hucksters, young Russian women, halt by the instinct to hear what people are gossiping about and to see what they're looking at. At the time our story opens, the young painter Tsarkov paused involuntarily as he passed the shop. His old cloak and plain attire showed him to be a man who was devoted to his art with self-denying zeal, and who had no time to trouble himself about his clothes. He halted in front of the little shop, and at first enjoyed an inward laugh over the monstrosities in the shape of pictures. At length he sank unconsciously into a reverie, and began to ponder as to what sort of people wanted these productions. It did not seem remarkable to him that the Russian populace should gaze with rapture upon Uraslanov Lazarovich, on the glutton and the carouser, on Toma and Irma. The delineations of these subjects were easily intelligible to the masses. But where were their purchases for those streaky, dirty oil paintings? Who needed those Flemish boors, those red and blue landscapes, which put forth some claim to a higher stage of art, but which really expressed the depths of its degradation? They did not appear the works of a self-taught child. In that case, in spite of the caricature of drawing, a sharp distinction would have manifested itself. But here were visible only simple dullness, steady-going incapacity, which stood, through self-will, in the ranks of art, while its true place was among the lowest trades. The same colours, the same manner, the same practised hand, belonging rather to a manufacturing automaton than to a man. He stood before the dirty pictures for some time, his thoughts at length wandering to other matters. Meanwhile the proprietor of the shop, a little grey man, in a frieze coat, with a beard which had not been shaved since Sunday, had been urging him to buy for some time, naming prices without even knowing what pleased him or what he wanted. Here, I'll take a silver piece for these peasants and this little landscape. What painting! It fairly dazzles one, only just received from the factory. The varnish isn't dry yet. Or here is a winter scene. Take the winter scene. 15 rubles. The frame alone is worth it. What a winter scene! Here the merchant gave a slight fill-up to the canvas, as if to demonstrate all the merits of the winter scene. Pray have them put up and sent to your house. Where do you live? Here, boy, give me some string. Hold, not so fast, said the painter, coming to himself and perceiving that the brisk dealer was beginning in earnest to pack some pictures up. He was rather ashamed not to take anything after standing so long in front of the shop. So saying, "Here, stop, I will see if there is anything I want here." He stooped and began to pick up from the floor, where there were thrown in a heap some worn, dusty old paintings. They were old family portraits, whose descendants probably could not be found on earth, with torn canvas and frames minus their gildings. In short, trash. But the painter began his search, thinking to himself, "Perhaps I may come across something." He had heard stories about pictures of the great masters having been found among the rubbish in cheap print sellers' shops. The dealer, perceiving what he was about, ceased his importunities and took up his post again at the door, hailing the passer-by with, "Hither, friends, here are pictures. Step in, step in. Just received from the makers." He shouted his fill, and generally in vain, had a long talk with a rag merchant, standing opposite at the door of his shop, and finally, recollecting that he had a customer in his shop, turned his back on the public and went inside. "Well, friend, have you chosen anything?" said he. But the painter had already been standing motionless for some time before a portrait in a large and originally magnificent frame, upon which, however, hardly a trace of gilding now remained. It represented an old man with a thin bronze face and high cheekbones, the features seemingly depicted in a moment of convulsive agitation. He wore a flowing Asiatic costume, dusty and defaced as the portrait was. Tchartkoff saw, when he had succeeded in removing the dirt from the face, traces of the work of a great artist. The portrait appeared to be unfinished, but the power of the handling was striking. The eyes were the most remarkable picture of all. It seemed as though the full power of the artist's brush had been lavished upon them. They fairly gazed out of the portrait, destroying its harmony with their strange liveliness. When he carried the portrait to the door, the eyes gleamed even more penetratingly. They produced nearly the same impression on the public. A woman standing behind him exclaimed, "He is looking, he is looking," and jumped back. Tchartkoff experienced an unpleasant feeling, inexplicable even to himself, and placed the portrait on the floor. "Well, will you take the portrait?" said the dealer. "How much is it?" said the painter. "Why chaffer over it? Give me 75 kopecks." "No." "Well, how much will you give?" 20 kopecks, said the painter, preparing to go. "What a price! Why, you couldn't buy a frame for that. Perhaps you will decide to purchase tomorrow. Sir, turn back. Add 10 kopecks. Take it. Give me 20 kopecks. To tell the truth, you are my only customer today, and that's the only reason." Thus Tchartkoff quite unexpectedly became the purchaser of the old portrait, and at the same time reflected, "Why have I bought it? What is it to me?" But there was nothing to be done. He pulled a 20 kopeck piece from his pocket, gave it to the merchant, took the portrait under his arm, and carried it home. On the way thither he remembered that the 20 kopeck piece he had given for it was his last. His thoughts at once became gloomy. Vexation and careless indifference took possession of him at one and the same moment. The red light of sunset still lingered in one half the sky. The houses facing that way still gleamed with its warm light, and meanwhile the cold blue light of the moon grew brighter. Light, half-transparent shadows fell in bands upon the ground. The painter began by degrees to glance up at the sky, flushed with a transparent light, and at the same moment from his lips fell the words, "What a delicate tone! What a nuance! Deuce take it!" Readjusting the portrait which kept slipping from under his arm, he quickened his pace. Weary and bathed in perspiration, he dragged himself to Vasilievsky Ostrov. With difficulty and much panting, he made his way up the stairs, flooded with soapsuds, and adorned with the tracks of dogs and cats. To his knock there was no answer. There was no one at home. He leaned against the window, and disposed himself to wait patiently, until at last there resounded behind him the footsteps of a boy in a blue blouse, his servant, model, and colour grinder. This boy was called Nikita, and spent all his time in the streets when his master was not at home. Nikita tried for a long time to get the key into the lock, which was quite invisible by reason of the darkness. Finally the door was opened. Tcharkov entered the ante-room, which was intolerably cold, as painters' rooms always are, which fact, however, they do not notice. Without giving Nikita his coat, he went on into his studio, a large room, but low, fitted with all sorts of artistic rubbish, plaster hands, canvases, sketches begun and discarded, and draperies thrown over the chairs. Feeling very tired, he took off his cloak, placed the portrait abstractedly between two small canvases, and threw himself on the narrow divan. Having stretched himself out, he finally called for a light. "There are no candles," said Nikita. "What, none?" "And there were none last night," said Nikita. The artist recollected that, in fact, there had been no candles the previous evening, and became silent. He let Nikita take his coat off, and put on his old, worn dressing-gown. "There has been a gentleman here," said Nikita. "Yes, he came for money, I know," said the painter, waving his hand. "He was not alone," said Nikita. "Who else was with him?" "I don't know. Some police officer or other." "But why a police officer?" "I don't know why, but he says because your rent is not paid." "Well, what will come of it?" "I don't know what will come of it," he said. "If he won't pay, why, let him leave the rooms. They are both coming again tomorrow." "Let them come," said Tcharkov, with indifference, and a gloomy mood took full possession of him. Young Tcharkov was an artist of talent which promised great things. His work gave evidence of observation, thought, and a strong inclination to approach nearer to nature. "Look here, my friend," his professor said to him more than once. "You have talent. It will be a shame if you waste it. But you are impatient. You have but to be attracted by anything, to fall in love with it. You become engrossed with it, and all else goes for nothing, and you won't even look at it. See to it that you do not become a fashionable artist. At present your colouring begins to assert itself too loudly, and your drawing is at times quite weak. You are already striving after the fashionable style, because it strikes the eye at once. Have a care. Society already begins to have its attraction for you. I have seen you with a shiny hat, a foppish neckerchief. It is seductive to paint fashionable little pictures and portraits for money, but talent is ruined, not developed by that means. Be patient, think out every piece of work, discard your foppishness, let others amass money, your own will not fail you." The professor was partly right. Our artist sometimes wanted to enjoy himself, to play the fop. In short, to give vent to his youthful impulses in some way or other, but he could control himself withal. At times he would forget everything when he had once taken his brush in his hand, and could not tear himself from it except as from a delightful dream. His taste perceptibly developed. He did not as yet understand all the depths of Raphael, but he was attracted by Guido's broad and rapid handling. He paused before Titian's portraits. He delighted in the Flemish masters. The dark veil enshrouding the ancient pictures had not yet wholly passed away from him before them, but he already saw something in them, though in private he did not agree with the professor that the secrets of the old masters are irremediably lost to us. It seemed to him that the 19th century had improved upon them considerably, that the delineation of nature was more clear, more vivid, more close. It sometimes vexed him when he saw how a strange artist, French or German, sometimes not even a painter by profession, but only a skilful dauber, produced by the celerity of his brush and the vividness of his colouring, a universal commotion, and amassed in a twinkling a funded capital. This did not occur to him when he fully occupied with his own work, for then he forgot food and drink and all the world. But when dire want arrived, when he had no money wherewith to buy brushes and colours, when his implacable landlord came 10 times a day to demand the rent for his rooms, then did the luck of the wealthy artist recur to his hungry imagination. Then did the thought which so often traverses Russian minds, to give up altogether and go downhill utterly to the bad, traverse his, and now he was almost in this frame of mind. Yes, it is all very well to be patient. Be patient, he exclaimed, with vexation. But there is an end to patience at last. Be patient. But what money have I to buy a dinner with tomorrow? No one will lend me any. If I did bring myself to sell all my pictures and sketches, they would not give me 20 kopecks for the whole of them. They are useful. I feel that not one of them has been undertaken in vain. I have learned something from each one. Yes, but of what use is it? Studies, sketches, all will be studies, trial sketches to the end. And who will buy, not even knowing me by name? Who wants drawings from the antique, or the life class, or my unfinished love of a Psyche, or the interior of my room, or the portrait of Nikita, though it is better, to tell the truth, than the portraits by any of the fashionable artists? Why do I worry and toil like a learner over the alphabet, when I might shine as brightly as the rest, and have money too, like them? Thus speaking, the artist suddenly shuddered and turned pale. A convulsively distorted face gazed at him, peeping forth from the surrounding canvas. 2 terrible eyes were fixed straight upon him. On the mouth was written a menacing command of silence. Alarmed, he tried to scream and summon Nikita, who already was snoring in the anteroom, but he suddenly paused and laughed. The sensation of fear died away in a moment. It was the portrait he had bought, and which he had quite forgotten. The light of the moon illuminating the chamber had fallen upon it and lent it a strange likeness to life. He began to examine it. He moistened a sponge with water, passed it over the picture several times, washed off nearly all the accumulated and encrusted dust and dirt, hung it on the wall before him, wondering yet more at the remarkable workmanship. The whole face had gained new life, and the eyes gazed at him so that he shuddered, and, springing back, he exclaimed in a voice of surprise, "It looks with human eyes." Then suddenly there occurred to him a story he had heard long before from his professor, of a certain portrait by the renowned Leonardo da Vinci, upon which the great master laboured several years, and still regarded as incomplete, but which, according to Vasari, was nevertheless deemed by all the most complete and finished product of his art. The most finished thing about it was the eyes, which amazed his contemporaries, the very smallest, barely visible veins in them being reproduced on the canvas. But in the portrait now before him there was something singular. It was no longer art. It even destroyed the harmony of the portrait. They were living human eyes. It seemed as though they had been cut from a living man and inserted. Here was none of that high enjoyment which takes possession of the soul at the sight of an artist's production, no matter how terrible the subject he may have chosen. Again he approached the portrait in order to observe those wondrous eyes, and perceived with terror that they were gazing at him. This was no copy from nature, it was life, the strange life which might have lighted up the face of a dead man, risen from the grave. Whether it was the effect of the moonlight which brought with it fantastic thoughts and transformed things into strange likenesses, opposed to those of matter-of-fact day, or from some other cause, but it suddenly became terrible to him, he knew not why, to sit alone in the room. He drawed back from the portrait, turned aside, and tried not to look at it, but his eyes involuntarily, of its own accord, kept glancing sideways towards it. Finally he became afraid to walk about the room. It seemed as though someone were on the point of stepping up behind him, and every time he turned, he glanced timidly back. He had never been a coward, but his imagination and nerves were sensitive, and that evening he could not explain his involuntary fear. He seated himself in one corner, but even then it seemed to him that someone was peeping over his shoulder into his face. Even Nikita's snores, resounding from the ante-room, did not chase away his fear. At length he rose from the seat without raising his eyes, went behind a screen, and lay down on his bed. Through the cracks of the screen he saw his room lit up by the moon, and the portrait hanging stiffly on the wall. The eyes were fixed upon him in a yet more terrible and significant manner, and it seemed as if they would not look at anything but himself. Overpowered with a feeling of oppression, he decided to rise from his bed, seized the sheet, and approaching the portrait, covered it up completely. Having done this, he lay down more at ease on his bed, and began to meditate upon the poverty and the pitiful lot of the artist, and the thorny path lying before him in the world. But meanwhile his eyes glanced involuntarily through the joint of the screen at the portrait muffled in the sheet. The light of the moon heightened the whiteness of the sheet, and it seemed to him as though those terrible eyes shone through the cloth. With terror he fixed his eyes more steadfastly on the spot, as if wishing to convince himself that it was all nonsense. But at length he saw clearly. There was no longer a sheet. The portrait was quite uncovered, and was gazing beyond everything around it, straight at him, gazing as it seemed fairly into his heart. His heart grew cold. He watched anxiously. The old man moved, and suddenly, supporting himself on the frame with both arms, raised himself by his hands, and, putting forth both feet, leaped out of the frame. Through the crack of the screen, the empty frame alone was now visible. Footsteps resounded through the room, and approached nearer and nearer to the screen. The poor artist's heart began to beating fast. He expected every moment, his breath failing for fear, that the old man would look round the screen at him. And lo, he did look from behind the screen, with the same bronze face, and with his big eyes roving about. Tchartkoff tried to scream, and felt that his voice was gone. He tried to move, his limbs refused their office. With open mouth and failing breath, he gazed at the tall phantom, draped in some kind of flowing Asiatic robe, and waited for what it would do. The old man sat down almost on his very feet, and then pulled out something from among the folds of his wide garment. It was a purse. The old man untied it, took it by the end, and shook it. Heavy rolls of coin fell out with a dull thud upon the floor. Each was wrapped in blue paper, and on each was marked 1,000 ducats. The old man protruded his long bony hands from his wide sleeves, and began to undo the rolls. The gold glittered. Great as was the artist's unreasoning fear, he concentrated his attention upon the gold, gazing motionless as it made its appearance in the bony hands, gleamed, rang lightly or dully, and was wrapped up again. Then he perceived one packet which had rolled farther than the rest, to the very leg of his bedstead, near his pillow. He grasped it almost convulsively, and glanced in fear at the old man to see whether he noticed it. But the old man appeared very much occupied. He collected all his rolls, replaced them in the purse, and went outside the screen without looking at him. Tchartkov's heart beat wildly as he heard the rustle of the retreating footsteps resounding through the room. He clasped the roll of coins more closely in his hand, quivering in every limb. Suddenly he heard the footsteps approaching the screen again. Apparently the old man had recollected that one roll was missing. Lo, again he looked around the screen at him. The artist, in despair, grasped the roll with all his strength, tried with all his power to make a movement, shrieked, and awoke. He was bathed in a cold perspiration. His heart beat as hard as it was possible for it to beat. His chest was oppressed, as though his last breath was about to issue from it. "Was it a dream?" he said, seizing his head with both hands. But the terrible reality of the apparition did not resemble a dream. As he woke, he saw the old man step into the frame. The skirts of the flowing garment even fluttered, and his hand felt plainly that a moment before it had held something heavy. The moonlight lit up the room, bringing out from the dark corners here a canvas, there the model of a hand, a drapery thrown over a chair, trousers and dirty boots. Then he perceived that he was not lying in his bed, but standing upright in front of the portrait. How had he come there? He could not in the least comprehend. Still more surprised was he to find the portrait uncovered, and with actually no sheet over it. Motionless with terror, he gazed at it, and perceived the living human eyes were fastened upon him. A cold perspiration broke out upon his forehead. He wanted to move away, but felt that his feet had in some way become rooted to the earth, and he felt that this was not a dream. The old man's features moved, and his lips began to project towards him, as though he wanted to suck him in. With a yell of despair he jumped back and awoke. Was it a dream? With his heart throbbing to bursting, he felt about him with both hands. Yes, he was lying in bed, and in precisely the position in which he had fallen asleep. Before him stood the screen. The moonlight flooded the room. Through the crack of the screen, the portrait was visible, covered with the sheet, as it should be, just as he had covered it, and so that, too, was a dream. But his clenched fist still felt as though something had been held in it. The throbbing of his heart was violent, almost terrible. The weight upon his breast intolerable. He fixed his eyes upon the crack, and stared steadfastly at the sheet. And lo, he saw plainly the sheet begin to open, as though the hands were pushing from underneath, and trying to throw it off. "Lord God, what is it?" he shrieked, crossing himself in despair, and awoke. And was this, too, a dream? He sprang from his bed, half mad, and could not comprehend what had happened to him. Was it the oppression of a nightmare, the raving of fever, or an actual apparition, striving to calm, as far as possible, his mental tumult, and stay the wildly rushing blood, which beat with straining pulses in every vein. He went to the window and opened it. The cool breeze revived him. The moonlight lay on the roofs and the white walls of the houses, though small clouds passed frequently across the sky. All was still. From time to time there struck the ear the distant rumble of a carriage. He put his head out the window and gazed for some time. Already the signs of approaching dawn were spreading over the sky. At last he felt drowsy, shut the window, stepped back, laid down in bed, and quickly fell, like one exhausted, into a deep sleep. He awoke late and with a disagreeable feeling of a man who had been half suffocated with coal gas. His head ached painfully. The room was dim, and unpleasant moisture pervaded the air and penetrated the cracks of his windows. Dissatisfied and depressed as a wet cock, he set himself on his dilapidated divan, not knowing what to do, what to set about, and at length remembered the whole of his dream. As he recalled it, the dream presented itself to his mind as so oppressively real that he even began to wonder whether it were a dream, whether there were not something more here, whether it was not really an apparition. Removing the sheet, he looked at the terrible portrait by the light of day. The eyes were really striking in their liveliness, but he found nothing particularly terrible about them, though an indescribably unpleasant feeling lingered in his mind. Nevertheless, he could not quite convince himself that it was a dream. It struck him that there must have been some terrible fragment of reality in the vision. It seemed as though there was something in the old man's very glance, an expression which said that he had been with him that night. His hand still felt the weight which had so recently laid in it, as if someone had but just snatched it from him. It seemed to him that, if he had only grasped the roll more firmly, it would have remained in his hand, even after his awakening. "My God, if I only had a portion of that money," he said, breathing heavily, and in his fancy all the rolls of coin, with their fastening inscription, 1,000 ducats, began to pour out of the purse. The rolls opened, the gold glittered and was wrapped up again, and he sat motionless with his eyes fixed on the empty air, as if he were incapable of tearing himself from such a sight, like a child who sits before a plate of sweets and beholds, with watering mouth, other people devouring them. At last there came a knock on the door, which recalled him unpleasantly to himself. The landlord entered with a constable of the district, whose presence is even more disagreeable to poor people than the presence of a beggar to the rich. The landlord of the little house in which Tchartkoff lived resembled the other individuals who owned houses anywhere in the Vasilevsky Ostrov on the St. Petersburg side, or in the distant regions of Kolomna. Individuals whose character is as difficult to define as the colour of a threadbare surtout. In his youth he had been captain and braggart, a master in the art of flogging, skilful, foppish, and stupid. But in his old age he combined all these various qualities into a kind of dim indefiniteness. He was a widower, already on the retired list, no longer boasted, nor was dandified, nor quarrelled, but only cared to drink tea and talk all sorts of nonsense over it. He walked about his room and arranged the ends of the tallow candles, called punctually at the end of each month upon his lodgers for money, went out into the street and with the key in his hand to look at the roof of his house, and sometimes chased the porter out of his den, where he had hidden himself to sleep. In short, he was a man on the retired list, who after the turmoils and wildness of his life had only his old-fashioned habits left. "Please to see for yourself, Varuk Kuzmich," said the landlord, turning to the officer and throwing out his hands. "This man does not pay his rent. He does not pay." "How can I, when I have no money?" "Wait, and I will pay." "I can't wait, my good fellow," said the landlord angrily, making a gesture with the key which he held in his hand. "Lieutenant Colonel Potogonkin has lived with me 7 years already. Anna Petrovna Buchmirisov rents the coach-house and stable, with the exception of 2 stalls, and has 3 household servants. That is the kind of lodgers I have. I say to you frankly that this is not an establishment where people do not pay their rent. Pay your money at once, please, or else clear out." "Yes, if you rented the rooms, please to pay," said the constable, with a slight shake of the head, as he laid his finger on one of the buttons of his uniform. "Well, what am I to pay with? That's the question. I haven't a groschen just at present." "In that case, satisfy the claims of Ivan Ivanovitch with the fruits of your profession," said the officer. "Perhaps he will consent to take pictures." "No, thank you, my good fellow, no pictures. Pictures of holy subjects such as one could hang upon the walls would be well enough, or some general with a star, or Prince Kutuzov's portrait, but this fellow has painted that music in his blouse, his servant who grinds his colours. The idea of his painting his portrait, the hog! I'll thrash him well. He took all the nails out of my bolts, the scoundrel. Just see what subjects. Here he has drawn his room. He would have been well enough had he taken a clean, well-furnished room, but he has gone and drawn this one, with all the dirt and rubbish he has collected. Just see how he has defaced my room. Look for yourself. Yes, and my lodgers have been with me 7 years, the Lieutenant Colonel, Anna Petrovna Buchmirisov. Oh no, I tell you, there is no worse lodger than a painter. He lives like a pig. God have mercy." The poor artist had listened patiently to all this. Meanwhile, the officer had occupied himself with examining the pictures and studies, and showed that his mind was more advanced than the landlord's, and that he was not insensitive to artistic impressions. "Heh!" tapping one canvas on which was depicted a naked woman. "This subject is lively. But why so much black under her nose? Did she take snuff?" "Shadow," answered Tsarkov gruffly, without looking at him. "But it might have been put in some other place. It's too conspicuous under the nose," observed the officer. "And whose likeness is this?" he continued, approaching the old man's portrait. "It's too terrible. Was he really so dreadful? Ah, why, he actually looks at one. What a thunder cloud! From whom did you paint it?" "Ah, it is from a—" said Tsarkov, but did not finish his sentence. He heard a crack. It seemed that the officer had pressed too hard on the frame of the portrait, thanks to the weight of his constable's hands. The small boards at the side caved in, one fell on the floor, and when it fell with a heavy crash, a roll of blue paper. The inscription caught Tsarkov's eye: 1,000 ducats. Like a madman he sprang to pick it up, grasped the roll, and gripped it convulsively in his hand, which sank with the weight. "Wasn't there a sound of money?" inquired the officer, hearing the noise of something falling on the floor, and not catching sight of it, owing to the rapidity with which Tsarkov had hastened to pick it up. "What business is it of yours what is in my room?" "It's my business because you ought to pay your rent to the landlord at once, because you have money and won't pay. That's why it's my business." "Well, I'll pay him today." Well, and why wouldn't you pay before, instead of giving trouble to your landlord and bothering the police to boot? Because I did not want to touch this money. I will pay him in full this evening and leave the rooms tomorrow. I will not stay with such a landlord. Well, Ivan Ivanovitch, he will pay you, said the constable, turning to the landlord. But in case you are not satisfied in every respect this evening, then you must excuse me, Mr. Painter. So saying, he put on his three-cornered hat and went into the ante-room, followed by the landlord hanging his head, and apparently engaged in meditation. Thank God, Satan has carried them off, said Tsarkov, as he heard the outer door of the ante-room close. He looked out into the ante-room, sent Nikita off on some errand, in order to be quite alone, fastened the door behind him, and returning to his room, began with wildly beating heart to undo the roll. In it were ducats, all new and bright as fire. Almost beside himself, he sat down beside the pile of gold, still asking himself, "Is not this all a dream?" There was just 1,000 in the roll, the exterior of which was precisely like we had seen in his dream. He turned them over and looked at them for some minutes. His imagination recalled up all the tales he had heard of hidden boards, cabinets with secret drawers, left by ancestors for their spendthrift descendants, with firm belief in the extravagance of their life. He pondered this. Did not some grandfather in the present instance leave a gift for his grandchild, shut up in the frame of a family portrait? Filled with romantic fantasies, he began to think whether this had not some secret connection with his fate, whether the existence of the portrait was not bound up with his own, and whether his acquisition of it was not due to a kind of predestination. He began to examine the frame with curiosity. On one side a cavity was hollowed out, but concealed so skilfully and neatly by a little board that, if the massive hand of the constable had not effected a breach, the ducats might have remained hidden to the end of time. On examining the portrait, he marvelled again at the exquisite workmanship, the extraordinary treatment of the eyes. They no longer appeared terrible to him, but nevertheless, each time he looked at them, a disagreeable feeling involuntarily lingered in his mind. No, he said to himself, no matter whose grandfather you were, I'll put a glass over you and get you a gilt frame. Then he laid his hand on the golden pile before him, and his heart beat faster at the touch. What shall I do with them? He said, fixing his eyes on them. Now I am independent for at least 3 years. I can shut myself up in my room and work. I have money for colours now, for food and lodging. No one will annoy and disturb me now. I will buy myself a first-class lay figure. I will order a plaster torso and some model feet. I will have a Venus. I will buy engravings of the best pictures, and if I work 3 years to satisfy myself, without haste or with the idea of selling, I shall surpass all, and may become a distinguished artist. Thus he spoke in solitude, with his good judgment prompting him, but louder and more distinct sounded another voice within him. As he glanced once more at the gold, it was not thus that his 22 years and fiery youth reasoned. Not everything was within his power on which he had hitherto gazed with envious eyes, had viewed from afar with longing. How his heart beat when he thought of it, to wear a fashionable coat, to feast after long abstinence, to hire handsome apartments, to go at once to the theatre, to the confectioner's, to other places, and seizing his money, he was in the street in a moment. End of section 23, part 1. Section 24 of Taras Bulba and Other Tales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording done by Jules Hawryluk of Mississauga, Ontario. Taras Bulba and Other Tales by Nikolai Vasilievich GOGOL. The Mysterious Portrait, Part 2. First of all he went to the tailor, was clothed anew from head to foot, and began to look at himself like a child. He purchased perfumes and pomades, hired the first elegant suite of apartments with mirrors and plate-glass windows, which he came across in the Nevsky Prospect, without haggling about the price. Bought, on the impulse of the moment, a costly eyeglass. Bought, also in the impulse, a number of neckties of every description, many more than he needed. Had his hair curled at the hairdresser's, rode through the city twice without any object whatever, ate an immense quantity of sweetmeats at the confectioner's, and went to the French restaurant, of which he had heard rumours as indistinct as though they had concerned the Empire of China. Then he dined, casting proud glances at the other visitors and continually arranging his curls in the glass. There he drank a bottle of champagne, which had been known to him hitherto only by hearsay. The wine rather affected his head, and he emerged into the street, lively, pugnacious, and ready to raise the devil, according to the Russian expression. He strutted along the pavement, levelling his eyeglass at everybody. On the bridge he caught sight of his former professor, and slipped past him neatly, as if he did not see him, so that the astounded professor stood stock-still on the bridge for a long time, with a face suggestive of a note of interrogation. All his goods and chattels, everything he owned, easels, canvas, pictures, were transported that same evening to his elegant quarters. He arranged the best of them in conspicuous places, threw the worst into a corner, and promenaded up and down the handsome rooms, glancing constantly in the mirrors. An unconquerable desire to take the bull by the horns and show himself to the world at once had arisen in his mind. He already heard the shouts, "Tsarkov, Tsarkov, Tsarkov paints." What talent Tsarkov has! He paced the room in a state of rapture. The next day he took 10 ducats and went to the editor of the popular journal asking his charitable assistance. He was joyfully received by the journalist, who called him on the spot. "Most respected sir," squeezed both his hands, and made minute inquiries as to his name, birthplace, residence. The next day there appeared in the journal, below a notice of some newly invented tallow candles, an article with the following heading: "Tsarkov's immense talent." We hasten to delight the cultivated inhabitants of the capital with a discovery which we may call splendid in every respect. All are agreed that there are among us many very handsome faces, but hitherto there has been no means of committing them to canvas for transmission to posterity. This want has now been supplied. An artist has been found who unites in himself all desirable qualities. The beauty can now feel assured that she will be depicted with all the grace of her charms, airy, fascinating, butterfly-like, flitting among the flowers of spring. The stately father of a family can see himself surrounded by his family. Merchant, warrior, citizen, statesman. Hasten one and all, wherever you may be. The artist's magnificent establishment, Nevsky Prospect, such and such a number, is hung with the portraits from his brush, worthy of a Van Dyck or Titian. We do not know which to admire most, their truth and likeness to the originals, or the wonderful brilliancy and freshness of the colouring. Hail to you, artist! You have drawn a lucky number in the lottery. Long live Andrei Petrovich. The journalist evidently liked familiarity. Glorify yourself in us. We know how to prize you. Universal popularity, and with it wealth, will be your meed, though some of our brother journalists may rise against you. The artist read this article with secret satisfaction. His face beamed. He was mentioned in print. It was a novelty to him. He read the lines over several times. The comparison with Van Dyck and Titian flattered him extremely. The praise, "Long live Andrei Petrovich," also pleased him greatly. To be spoken of by his Christian name and patronymic in print was an honour hitherto totally unknown to him. He began to pace the chamber briskly. Now he sat down in an armchair. Now he sprang up and seated himself on the sofa, planning each movement, how he would receive visitors, male and female. He went to his canvas and made a rapid sweep of the brush, endeavouring to impart a graceful movement to his hand. The next day the bell at his door rang. He hastened to open it. A lady entered, accompanied by a girl of 18, her daughter, and followed by a lackey in a furred livery coat. "You are the painter Tsarkov?" The artist bowed. "A great deal is written about you. Your portraits, it is said, are the height of perfection." So saying, the lady raised her glass to her eyes, and glanced rapidly over the walls upon which nothing was hanging. "But where are your portraits?" "They have been taken away," replied the artist, somewhat confusedly. "I have but just moved into these apartments, so they are still on the road. They have not arrived." "You have been in Italy?" asked the lady, levelling her glass at him, as she found nothing else to point it at. "No, I have not been there, but I wish to go, and I have deferred it for a while. Here is an armchair, madam. You are fatigued." "Thank you. I have been sitting a long time in the carriage." "Ah, at last I behold your work," said the lady, running to the opposite wall and bringing her glass to bear upon his studies, sketches, views, and portraits which were standing there on the floor. "It is charming. Lise, Lise, come here. Rooms in the style of Teniers. Do you see? Disorder, disorder. A table with a bust upon it, a hand, a palette, dust. See how the dust is painted? It is charming. And here on this canvas is a woman washing her face. What a pretty face! Ah, a little music. So you do not devote yourself exclusively to portraits?" "Oh, that is mere rubbish. I was trying experiments, studies. Tell me your opinion of the portrait painters of the present day. Is it not true that there are none now like Titian? There is not that strength of colour, that, what a pity that I cannot express myself in Russian." The lady was fond of paintings, and had gone through all the galleries in Italy with her eyeglass. "But Monsieur Noel, ah, how well he paints! What remarkable work! I think his faces have been more expression than Titian's. You do not know Monsieur Noel." "Who is Noel?" inquired the artist. "Monsieur Noel. Ah, what talent! He painted her portrait when she was only 12 years old. You must certainly come to see us. Lise, you should show him your album. You know, we came expressly that you might begin her portrait immediately. What? I am ready this very moment." And in a trice he pulled forward an easel with a canvas already prepared, grasped his palette, and fixed his eyes on the daughter's pretty little face. If he had been acquainted with human nature, he might have read in it the dawning of a childish passion for balls, the dawning of sorrow and misery at the length of time before dinner and after dinner, The heavy traces of uninterested application to various arts insisted upon by her mother for the elevation of her mind. But the artist saw only the tender little face, a seductive subject for his brush, the body almost as transparent as porcelain, the delicate white neck, and the artistically slender form, and he prepared beforehand to triumph, to display the delicacy of his brush, which had hitherto had to deal only with the harsh features of coarse models, and severe antiques and copies of classic masters. He already saw in fancy how this delicate little face would turn out. "Do you know," said the lady with a positively touching expression of countenance, "I should like her to be painted simply attired and seated among green shadows, like meadows, with a flock or a grove in the distance, so that it could not be seen that she goes to balls or fashionable entertainments. Our balls, I must confess, murder the intellect, deaden all remnants of feeling. Simplicity. Would there were more simplicity! Alas, it was stamped on the faces of the mother and daughter that they had so overdanced themselves at balls that they had become almost wax figures. Tchartkoff set to work, poised his model, reflected a bit, fixed upon the idea, waved his brush in the air, settling the points mentally, and then began and finished the sketching within an hour. Satisfied with it, he began to paint. The task fascinated him. He forgot everything, forgot the very existence of the aristocratic ladies, began even to display some artistic tricks, uttering various odd sounds and humming to himself now and then as artists do when immersed heart and soul in their work. Without the slightest ceremony he made the sitter lift her head, which finally began to express utter weariness. "Enough for the first time," said the lady. "A little more," said the artist, forgetting himself. "No, it's time to stop." "Lise, 3 o'clock," said the lady, taking out a tiny watch which hung by a gold chain from her girdle. "How late it is!" "Only a minute," said Tchartkoff innocently, with the pleading voice of a child. But the lady appeared to be not at all inclined to yield to his artistic demands on this occasion. She promised, however, to sit longer the next time. "It is vexatious, all the same," thought Tchartkoff to himself. I had just got my hand in, and he remembered no one had interrupted him or stopped him when he was at work in his studio on Vasilevsky Ostrov. Nikita sat motionless in one place. You might even paint him as long as you pleased. He even went to sleep in the attitude prescribed him. Feeling dissatisfied, he laid his brush and palette on a chair and paused in irritation before the picture. The woman of the world's compliments awoke him from his reverie. He flew to the door to show them out. On the stairs he received an invitation to dine with them the following week, and returned with a cheerful face to his apartments. The aristocratic lady had completely charmed him. Up to that time he had looked upon such being as unapproachable, born solely to ride in magnificent carriages, with liveried footmen and stylish coachmen, and to cast indifferent glances on the poor man travelling on foot in a cheap cloak. And now, all of a sudden, one of these very beings had entered his room. He was painting her portrait, was invited to dinner at an aristocratic house. An unusual feeling of pleasure took possession of him. He was completely intoxicated, and rewarded himself with a splendid dinner, an evening at the theatre, and a drive through the city in a carriage, without any necessity whatever. But meanwhile his ordinary work did not fall in with his mood at all. He did nothing but wait for the moment when the bell should ring. At last the aristocratic lady arrived with her pale daughter. He seated them, drew forward the canvas with skill, and some effort of fashionable airs, and began to paint. The sunny day and bright light aided him not a little. He saw in this dainty sitter much which, caught and committed to canvas, would give great value to the portrait. He perceived that he might accomplish something good if he could reproduce, with accuracy, all that nature then offered to his eyes. His heart began to beat faster as he felt that he was expressing something which others had not even seen as yet. His work engrossed him completely. He was wholly taken up with it, and again forgot the aristocratic origin of the sitter. With heaving breast he saw the delicate features and the almost transparent body of the fair maiden grow beneath his hand. He had caught every shade, the slight sallowness, the almost imperceptible blue tinge under the eyes, and was already preparing to put in the tiny mould on the brow, when he suddenly heard the mother's voice behind him. "Ah, why do you paint that? It is not necessary, and you have made it here in several places rather yellow, and here quite so like dark spots." The artist undertook to explain that the spots and yellow tinge would turn out well, that they brought out the delicate and pleasing tones of the face. He was informed that he did not bring out the tones and would not turn out well at all. It was explained to him that just today Lise did not feel quite well, that she never was sallow, and that her face was distinguished for its fresh colouring. Sadly he began to erase what his brush had put upon the canvas. Many a nearly imperceptible feature, and with it vanished too a portion of the resemblance. He began indifferently to impart to the picture that commonplace colouring which can be painted mechanically, and which lends to a face, even when taken from nature, the sort of cold ideality observable on school programmes. But the lady was satisfied with the objectionable tone was quite banished. She merely expressed surprise that the work lasted so long, and added that she had heard that he finished the portrait completely in 2 sittings. The artist could not think of any answer to this. The ladies rose and prepared to depart. He laid aside his brush, escorted them to the door, and then stood disconsolate for a long while in one spot before the portrait. He gazed stupidly at it, and meanwhile there floated before his mind's eyes those delicate features, those shades and airy tints which he had copied, and which his brush had annihilated. Engrossed with them, he put the portrait on one side, and hunted up a head of Psyche, which he had for some time before thrown on canvas in a sketchy manner. It was a pretty little face, well painted, but entirely ideal, and having cold, regular features not lit up by life. For lack of occupation, he now began to tone it up, imparting to it all he had taken note of in his aristocratic sitter. Those features, shadows, tints, which he had noted, made their appearance here in the purified form in which they appeared when the painter, after closely observing nature, subordinates himself to her, and produces a creation equal to her own. Psyche began to live, and the scarcely dawning thought began, little by little, to clothe itself in a visible form. The type of face of the fashionable young lady was unconsciously transferred to Psyche, yet nevertheless she had an expression of her own which gave the picture claims to be considered in truth an original creation. Tchartkoff gave himself up entirely to his work. For several days he was engrossed by it alone, and the ladies surprised him at it on their arrival. He had not time to remove the picture from the easel. Both ladies uttered a cry of amazement and clasped their hands. "Lise! Lise! Ah, how like! Superb! Superb! What a happy thought, too, to drape her in a Greek costume. Ah, what a surprise! The artist could not see his way to disabuse the ladies of their error. Shamefacedly, with drooping head, he murmured, "This is Psyche." "In the character of Psyche, charming," said the mother, smiling, upon which the daughter smiled too. "Confess, Lise, it pleases you to be painted in the character of Psyche better than any other way. What a sweet idea! But what treatment! It is Correggio himself. I must say that, although I had read and heard about you, I did not know you had so much talent. You positively must paint me too." Evidently the lady wanted to be portrayed as some kind of Psyche too. "What am I to do with them?" thought the artist. "If they will have it so, why, let Psyche pass for what they choose," and added aloud, "Pray sit a little. I will touch it up here and there." "Ah, I'm afraid you will. It is such a capital likeness now." But the artist understood that the difficulty was with respect to the sallowness, and so he reassured them by saying that he only wished to give more brilliancy and expression to the eyes. In truth, he was ashamed, and wanted to impart a little more likeness to the original, lest anyone should accuse him of actual barefaced flattery. And the features of the pale young girl at length appeared more closely in Psyche's countenance. "Enough," said the mother, beginning to fear that the likeness might become too decided. The artist was remunerated in every way, with smiles, money, compliments, cordial pressures of the hand, invitations to dinner. In short, he received 1,000 flattering rewards. The portrait created a furore in the city. The lady exhibited it to her friends, and all admired the skill with which the artist had preserved the likeness, and at the same time conferred more beauty on the original. The last remark, of course, was prompted by a slight tinge of envy. The artist was suddenly overwhelmed with work. It seemed as if the whole city wanted to be painted by him. The doorbell rang incessantly. From one point of view, this might be considered advantageous, as presenting to him endless practice in variety and number of faces. But, unfortunately, they were all people who were hard to get along with, either busy, hurried people, or else belonging to the fashionable world, and consequently more occupied than any one else, and therefore impatient to the last degree. In all quarters the demand was merely that the likeness should be good and quickly executed. The artist perceived that it was a simple impossibility to finish his work, that it was necessary to exchange power of treatment for lightness and rapidity, to catch only the general expression, and not waste labour on delicate details. Moreover, nearly all of his sitters made stipulations on various points. The ladies required that mind and character should be represented in their portraits, that all angles should be rounded, all unevenness smoothed away, and even removed entirely if possible. In short, that their faces should be such as to cause every one to stare at them with admiration, if not fall in love with them outright. When they sat to him, they sometimes assumed expressions which greatly amazed the artist. One tried to express melancholy, another meditation, a third wanted to make her mouth appear small on any terms, and puckered it up to such an extent that it finally looked like a spot about as big as a pinhead. And, in spite of all this, they demanded of him good likenesses and unconstrained naturalness. The men were no better. One insisted on being painted with an energetic muscular turn to his head. Another, with upturned, inspired eyes. A lieutenant of the guard demanded that Mars should be visible in his eyes. An official in the civil service drew himself up to his full height in order to have his uprightness expressed in his face. and that his hand might rest on a book bearing the words in plain characters. He always stood up for the right. At first, such demands threw the artist into a cold perspiration. Finally, he acquired the knack of it and never troubled himself at all about it. He understood at a word how each wanted himself portrayed. If a man wanted Mars in his face, he put in Mars. He gave a Byronic turn and attitude to those who aimed at Byron. If the ladies wanted to be Corinne, Undine, or Aspasia, he agreed with great readiness, and threw in a sufficient measure of good looks from his own imagination, which does no harm, and for the sake of which an artist is even forgiven a lack of resemblance. He soon began to wonder himself at the rapidity and dash of his brush, and of course those who sat to him were in ecstasies, and proclaimed him a genius. Tchartkoff became a fashionable artist in every sense of the word. He began to dine out, to escort ladies to picture galleries, to dress foppishly, and to assert audibility that an artist should belong to society, that he must uphold his profession, that artists mostly dress like showmakers, do not know how to behave themselves, do not maintain the highest tone, and are lacking in all polish. At home, in his studio, he carried cleanliness and spotlessness to the last extreme, set up 2 superb footmen, took fashionable pupils, dressed several times a day, curled his hair, practised various manners of receiving his callers, and busied himself in adorning his person in every conceivable way, in order to produce a pleasant impression on the ladies. In short, it would soon have been impossible for any one to have recognized in him the modest artist who had formerly toiled unknown in his miserable quarters in the Vasilievsky Ostrov. He now expressed himself decidedly concerning artists and art, declared that too much credit had been given to the old masters, that even Raphael did not always paint well, and that fame attached to many of his works simply by force of tradition, that Michelangelo was a braggart because he could boast only a knowledge of anatomy, that there was no grace about him, and that real brilliancy and power of treatment and colouring were to be looked for in the present century. And there, naturally, the question touched him personally. "I do not understand," said he, "how others toil and work with difficulty. A man who labours for months over a picture is a dauber, and no artist, in my opinion. I don't believe he has any talent. Genius works boldly, rapidly. Here is this portrait which I painted in 2 days, this head in 1 day, this in a few hours, this in a little more than an hour. No, I confess I do not recognize as art that which adds line to line. That is a handicraft, not art." In this manner did he lecture his visitors, and the visitors admired the strength and boldness of his works, uttered exclamations on hearing how fast they had been produced, and said to each other, "This is talent, real talent. See how he speaks, how his eyes gleam. There is something really extraordinary in his face." It flattered the artist to hear such reports about himself. When printed praise appeared in the papers, he rejoiced like a child, although this praise was purchased with his money. He carried the printed slips about with him everywhere, and showed them to friends and acquaintances as if by accident. His fame increased, his works and orders multiplied. Already the same portraits over and over again wearied him, by the same attitudes and turns which he had learned by heart. He painted them now without any great interest in his work, brushing in some sort of a head and giving them to his pupils to finish. At first he had sought to devise a new attitude each time. Now this had grown wearisome to him. His brain was tired with planning and thinking. It was out of his power. His fashionable life bore him far away from his labor and thought. His work grew cold and colorless, and he betook himself with indifference to the reproduction of monotonous, well-worn forms. The internally spick-and-span uniforms and the so to speak buttoned-up faces of the government officials, soldiers and statesmen, did not offer a wide field for his brush. It forgot how to render superb draperies and powerful emotions and passion. Of grouping, dramatic effect, and its lofty connections, there was nothing. In face of him was only a uniform, a corsage, a dress coat, and before which the artist feels cold and all imagination vanishes. Even his own particular merits were no longer visible in his works, yet they continued to enjoy renown, although genuine connoisseurs and artists merely shrugged their shoulders when they saw his latest productions. But some who had known Sarkov in his earlier days could not understand how the talent of which he had been given such clear indications in the outset could so have vanished, and strove in vain to divine by what means genius could be extinguished in a man just when he had attained to the full development of his powers. But the intoxicated artist did not hear these criticisms. He began to attain to the age of dignity, both in mind and years, to grow stout and increase visibly in flesh. He often read in the papers such phrases as, "Our most respected Andrei Petrovich," "Our worthy Andrei Petrovich." He began to receive offers of distinguished posts in the service, invitations to examinations and committees. He began, as is usually the case in maturer years, to advocate Raphael and the old masters, not because he had become thoroughly convinced of their transcendent merits, but in order to snub the younger artists. His life was already approaching the period when everything which suggested impulse contracts within a man, when a powerful chord appeals more feebly to the spirit, when the touch of beauty no longer converts virgin strength into fire and flame, but when all the burnt-out sentiments become more vulnerable to the sound of gold, hearken more attentively to its seductive music, and little by little permit themselves to be completely lulled to sleep by it. Fame can give no pleasure to him who has stolen it, not won it. So all his feelings and impulses turned towards wealth. Gold was his passion, his ideal, his fear, his delights, his aim. The bundles of bank notes increased in his coffers, and, like all to whose lot falls this fearful gift, he began to grow inaccessible to every sentiment except the love of gold. But something occurred which gave him a powerful shock, and disturbed the whole tenor of his life. One day he found upon his table a note in which the Academy of Painting begged him, as a worthy member of its body, to come and give his opinion upon a new work which had been sent from Italy by a Russian artist who was perfecting himself there. The painter was one of his former comrades, who had been possessed with a passion for art from his earliest years, had given himself up to it with his whole soul, estranged himself from his friends and relatives, and had hastened to that wonderful Rome, at whose very name the artist's heart beats wildly and hotly. There he buried himself in his work, from which he permitted nothing to entice him. He visited the galleries unweariedly. He stood for hours at a time before the works of the great masters, seizing and studying their marvellous methods. He never finished anything without revising his impressions several times before these great teachers, and reading in their works silent but eloquent counsels. He gave each impartiality his due. appropriating from all only that which he was most beautiful, and finally became the pupil of the divine Raphael alone. As a great poet, after reading many works, at last made Homer's Iliad his only breviary, having discovered that it contained all one wants, and that there is nothing which is not expressed in it in perfection. And so he brought away from his school the grand conception of creation, the mighty beauty of thought, the high charms of that heavenly brush. When Tchartkoff entered the room, he found a crowd of visitors already collected before the picture. The most profound silence, such as rarely settles upon a throng of critics, reigned over all. He hastened to assume the significant expression of a connoisseur and approached the picture. But, O God, what did he behold? Pure, faultless, beautiful as a bride, stood the picture before him. The critics regarded this new, hitherto unknown work with a feeling of involuntary wonder. All seemed united in it, the art of Raphael, reflected in the lofty grace of the grouping, the art of Correggio, breathing from the finished perfection of the workmanship. But more striking than all else was the evident creative power in the artist's mind. The very minutest object in the picture revealed it. He had caught that melting roundness of outline which is visible in nature only to the artist-creator, and which comes out as angles with a copyist. It was plainly visible how the artist, having imbibed in all from the external world, had first stored it in his mind, and then drawn it thence, as from a spiritual source, into one harmonious, triumphant song. And it was evident, even to the uninitiated, how vast a gulf there was fixed between creation and a mere copy from nature. Involuntary tears stood ready to fall in the eyes of those who surrounded the picture. It seemed as though all joined in a silent hymn to the divine work. Motionless, with open mouth, Tchartkoff stood before the picture. At length, when by degrees the visitors and critics began to murmur and comment upon the merits of the work, and turning to him, begged him to express an opinion, he came to himself once more. He tried to assume an indifferent, everyday expression, strove to utter some such commonplace remark as, "Yes, to tell the truth, it is impossible to deny the artist's talent. There is something in it." But the speech died upon his lips. Tears and sobs burst forth uncontrollably, and he rushed from the room like one beside himself. In a moment he stood in his magnificent studio. All his being, all his life, had been aroused in one instant, as if youth had returned to him, as if the dying sparks of his talent had blazed forth afresh. The bandage suddenly fell from his eyes. Heavens, to think of having mercilessly wasted the best years of his youth, of having extinguished, trodden out perhaps the spark of fire which, cherished in his breast, might perhaps have been developed into magnificence and beauty, and having extorted too its meed of tears and admiration. It seemed as though those impulses which he had known in other days reawoke suddenly in his soul. He seized the brush and approached his canvas. One thought possessed him wholly, one desire consumed him. He strove to depict a fallen angel. This idea was most in harmony with his frame of mind. The perspiration started out upon his face with his efforts, but, alas, his figures, attitudes, groups, thoughts, arranged themselves stiffly, disconnectedly. His hand and his imagination had been too long confined to one groove, and the fruitless effort to escape from the bounds and fetters which he had imposed upon himself showed itself in irregularities and errors. He had despised the long, wearisome ladder to knowledge and the first fundamental law of the future great man, hard work. He gave vent to his vexation. He ordered all his later productions to be taken out of his studio, all the fashionable, lifeless pictures, all the portraits of hussars, ladies, and councillors of state. He shut himself up alone in his room, would order no food, and devoted himself entirely to his work. He sat toiling like a scholar, but how pitifully wretched was all which proceeded from his hand. He was stopped at every step by his ignorance of the very first principles. Simple ignorance of the mechanical part of his art chilled all inspiration and formed an impassable barrier to his imagination. His brush returned involuntarily to hackneyed forms. Hands folded themselves in a set attitude. Heads dared not make any unusual turn. The very garments turned out commonplace and would not drape themselves to any unaccustomed posture of the body. And he felt and saw this all himself. "But had I really any talent?" he said at length. "Did I not deceive myself?" Uttering these words, he turned to the early works which he had painted so purely, so unselfishly, in former days, in his wretched cabin yonder in lonely Vasilievsky Ostrov. He began attentively to examine them all, and all the misery of his former life came back to him. Yes, he cried despairingly, I had talent. The signs and traces of it are everywhere visible. He paused suddenly, and shivered all over. His eyes encountered other eyes fixed immovably upon him. It was that remarkable portrait which he had bought in the Shchikutny Dwar. All this time it had been covered up, concealed by other pictures, and had utterly gone out of his mind. Now, as if by design, when all the fashionable portraits and paintings had been removed from the studio, it looked forth, together with the productions of his early youth. As he recalled all the strange events connected with it, as he remembered that this singular portrait had been, in a manner, the cause of his errors, that the hoard of money which he had obtained in such peculiar fashion had given birth in his mind to all the wild caprices which had destroyed his talent, madness was on the point of taking possession of him. At once he ordered the hateful portrait to be removed. But his mental excitement was not thereby diminished. His whole being was shaken to its foundation, and he suffered that fearful torture which is sometimes exhibited when a feeble talent strives to display itself on a scale too great for it and cannot do so. The horrible envy took possession of him, an envy which bordered on madness. The gall flew to his heart when he beheld a work which bore the stamp of talent. He gnashed his teeth and devoured it with a glare of a basilisk. He conceived the most devilish plan which ever entered into the mind of man, and he hastened with the strength of madness to carry it into execution. He began to purchase the best that art produced of every kind. Having bought a picture at a great price, he transported it to his room, flung himself upon it with the ferocity of a tiger, cut it, tore it, chopped it into bits, and stamped upon it with a grin of delight. The vast wealth he had amassed enabled him to gratify his devilish desire. He opened his bags of gold and unlocked his coffers. No monster of ignorance ever destroyed so many superb productions of art as this raging avenger. At any auction where he made his appearance, everyone despaired at once of obtaining any work of art. It seemed as if an angry heaven had sent this fearful scourge into the world expressly to destroy all harmony. Scorn of the world was expressed in his countenance. His tongue uttered nothing save biting and censorious words. He swooped down like a harpy into the street, and his acquaintances caught sight of him in the distance, sought to turn aside and avoid a meeting with him, saying that it poisoned all the rest of the day. Fortunately for the world and art, such a life could not last long. His passions were too overpowering for his feeble strength. Attacks of madness began to recur more frequently, and ended at last in the most frightful illness. A violent fever, combined with galloping consumption, seized upon him with such violence, that in 3 days there remained only a shadow of his former self. To this was added indication of hopeless insanity. Sometimes several men were unable to hold him. The long-forgotten living eyes of the portrait began to torment him, and then his madness became dreadful. All the people who surrounded his bed seemed to him horrible portraits. The portrait doubled and quadrupled itself. All the walls seemed hung with portraits, which fastened their living eyes upon him. Portraits glared at him from the ceiling, from the floor. The room widened and lengthened endlessly, in order to make room for more of the motionless eyes. The doctor who had undertaken to attend him, having learned something of his strange history, strove with all his might to fathom the secret connection between the visions of his fancy and the occurrences of his life, but without the slightest success. The sick man understood nothing save his own tortures, and gave utterance only to frightful yells and unintelligible gibberish. At last his life ended in a final attack of unutterable suffering. Nothing could be found of all his great wealth, but when they beheld the mutilated fragments of grand works of art, the value of which exceeded 1,000,000, they understood the terrible use which had been made of it. End of Part 2.
Section 25 of Taras Bulba and Other Tales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Perry Letson. Taras Bulba and Other Tales by Nikolai Vasilievich GOGOL. Part 2. A throng of carriages and other vehicles stood at the entrance of a house in which an auction was going on of the effects of one of those wealthy art lovers who have innocently passed for Mecenases, and in a simple-minded fashion expended, to that end, the millions amassed by their thrifty fathers, and frequently even by their own early labors. The long saloon was filled with the most motley throng of visitors, collected like birds of prey swooping down upon unburied corpses. There was a whole squadron of Russian shopkeepers from the Gostinui Dvor, and from the old clothes mart, in blue coats of foreign make. Their faces and expressions were a little more natural here, and did not display that fictitious desire to be subservient which is so marked in the Russian shopkeeper when he stands before a customer in his shop. Here they stood upon no ceremony, although the saloons were full of those very aristocrats before whom, in any other place, they would have been ready to sweep, with reverence, the dust brought in by their feet. They were quite at their ease, handling pictures and books without ceremony, when desirous of ascertaining the value of the goods, and boldly upsetting bargains mentally secured in advance by noble connoisseurs. There were many of those infallible attendants of auctions who make it a point to go to one every day as regularly as to take their breakfast. Aristocratic connoisseurs who look upon it as their duty not to miss any opportunity of adding to their collections, and who have no other occupations between 12 o'clock and 1. And noble gentlemen, with garments very threadbare, who make their daily appearance without any selfish object in view, but merely to see how it all goes off. A quantity of pictures were lying about in disorder. With them were mingled furniture and books with the cipher of the former owner, who never was moved by any laudable desire to glance into them. Chinese vases, marble slabs for tables, old and new furniture with curving lines, with griffins, sphinxes, and lions' paws, gilded and ungilded, chandeliers, sconces, all were heaped together in a perfect chaos of art. The auction appeared to be at its height. The surging throng was competing for a portrait which could not but arrest the attention of all who possessed any knowledge of art. The skilled hand of an artist was plainly visible in it. The portrait, which had apparently been several times restored and renovated, represented the dark features of an Asiatic in flowing garments, and with a strange and remarkable expression of countenance. But what struck the buyers more than anything else was the peculiar liveliness of the eyes. The more they were looked at, the more did they seem to penetrate into the gazer's heart. This peculiarity, this strange illusion achieved by the artist, attracted the attention of nearly all. Many who had been bidding gradually withdrew, for the price offered had risen to an incredible sum. There remained only two well-known aristocrats, amateurs of painting, who were unwilling to forego such an acquisition. They grew warm, and would probably have run the bidding up to an impossible sum, had not one of the onlookers suddenly exclaimed, "Permit me to interrupt your competition for a while. I, perhaps more than any other, have a right to this portrait." These words at once drew the attention of all to him. He was a tall man of 35, with long black curls. His pleasant face, full of a certain bright nonchalance, indicated a mind free from all wearisome worldly excitement. His garments had no pretense to fashion. All about him indicated the artist. He was, in fact, B, the painter, a man personally well known to many of those present. "However strange my words may seem to you," he continued, perceiving that the general attention was directed to him, "if you will listen to a short story, you may possibly see that I was right in uttering them. Everything assures me that this is the portrait which I am looking for." A natural curiosity illuminated the faces of nearly all present, and even the auctioneer paused as he was opening his mouth, and with hammer uplifted in the air, prepared to listen. At the beginning of the story, many glanced involuntarily toward the portrait, but later on all bent their attention solely on the narrator, as his tale grew gradually more absorbing. "You know that portion of the city which is called Coloma," he began. "There everything is unlike anything else in St. Petersburg. Retired officials remove thither to live. Widows, people not very well off, who have acquaintances in the Senate and therefore condemn themselves to this for nearly the whole of their lives. And, in short, that whole list of people who can be described by the words ash-colored, people whose garments, faces, hair, eyes, have a sort of ashy surface, like a day when there is in the sky neither cloud nor sun. Among them may be retired actors, retired titular councillors, retired sons of Mars, with ruined eyes and swollen lips. Life in Coloma is terribly dull. Rarely does a carriage appear, except perhaps one containing an actor, which disturbs the universal stillness by its rumble, noise, and jingling. You can get lodgings for 5 rubles a month, coffee in the morning included. Widows with pensions are the most aristocratic families there. They conduct themselves well, sweep their rooms often, chatter with their friends about the dearness of beef and cabbage, and frequently have a young daughter, a taciturn, quiet, sometimes pretty creature, an ugly dog, and wall clocks which strike in a melancholy fashion. Then come the actors whose salaries do not permit them to desert Coloma, an independent folk living, like all artists, for pleasure. They sit in their dressing gowns, cleaning their pistols, gluing together all sorts of things out of cardboard, playing draughts and cards with any friend who chances to drop by, and so pass away the morning, doing pretty nearly the same in the evening, with the addition of punch now and then. After these great people and aristocracy of Coloma come the rank and file. It is as difficult to put a name to them as to remember the multitude of insects which breed in stale vinegar. There are old women who get drunk, who make a living by incomprehensible means, like ants, dragging old clothes and rags from the Kalinkin Bridge to the old clothes mart in order to sell them for 15 kopecks. In short, the very dregs of mankind, whose conditions no beneficent political economist has devised any means of ameliorating. I have mentioned them in order to point out how often such people find themselves under the necessity of seeking immediate temporary assistance and having recourse to borrowing. Hence there settles among them a peculiar race of moneylenders who lend small sums on security at an enormous percentage. Among these usurers was a certain, but I must not omit to mention that the occurrence which I have undertaken to relate occurred in the last century, in the reign of our late Empress Catherine II. So among the usurers at that epoch was a certain person, an extraordinary being in every respect, who had settled in that quarter of the city long before. He went about in flowing Asiatic garb. His dark complexion indicated a southern origin. But to what particular nation he belonged, India, Greece, or Persia, no one could say with certainty. Of tall, almost colossal stature, with dark, thin, ardent face, heavy overhanging brows, and an indescribably strange color in his large eyes of unwonted fire, he differed sharply and strongly from all the ash-colored denizens of the capital. His very dwelling was unlike the other little wooden houses. It was of stone, in the style of those formerly much affected by Genoese merchants, with irregular windows of various sizes, secured with iron shutters and bars. This usurer differed from other usurers also, in that he could furnish any required sum, from that desired by the poor old beggar woman to that demanded by the extravagant grandee of the court. The most gorgeous equipages often halted in front of his house, and from their windows sometimes peeped forth the head of an elegant, high-born lady. Rumor, as usual, reported that his iron coffers were full of untold gold, treasures, diamonds, and all sorts of pledges, but that, nevertheless, he was not the slave of that avarice which is characteristic of other usurers. He lent money willingly, and on very favorable terms of payment, apparently, but by some curious method of reckoning made them mount to an incredible percentage. So said rumor, at any rate. But what was strangest of all was the peculiar fate of those who received money from him. They all ended their lives in some unhappy way. Whether this was simply the popular superstition, or the result of reports circulated with an object, is not known. But several instances which happened within a brief space of time before the eyes of everyone were vivid and striking. Among the aristocracy of that day, one who speedily drew attention to himself was a young man of one of the best families, who had made a figure in his early years in court circles, a warm admirer of everything true and noble, zealous in his love for art, and giving promise of becoming a Maecenas. He was soon deservedly distinguished by the Empress, who conferred upon him an important post, fully proportioned to his deserts, a post in which he could accomplish much for science and the general welfare. The youthful dignitary surrounded himself with artists, poets, and learned men. He wished to give work to all, to encourage all, He undertook at his own expense a number of useful publications, gave numerous orders to artists, offered prizes for the encouragement of different arts, spent a great deal of money, and finally ruined himself. But, full of noble impulses, he did not wish to relinquish his work, sought to raise a loan, and finally betook himself to the well-known usurer. Having borrowed a considerable sum from him, the man in a short time changed completely. He became a persecutor and oppressor of budding talent and intellect. He saw the bad side in everything produced, and every word he uttered was false. Then, unfortunately, came the French Revolution. This furnished him with an excuse for every kind of suspicion. He began to discover a revolutionary tendency in everything, to concoct terrible and unjust accusations, which made scores of people unhappy. Of course, such conduct could not fail in time to reach the throne. The kind-hearted empress was shocked, and, full of the noble spirit which adorned crowned heads, she uttered words still engraven on many hearts. The empress remarked that not under a monarchical government were high and noble impulses persecuted. Not there were the creations of intellect, poetry, and art contemned and oppressed. On the other hand, monarchs alone were their protectors. Shakespeare and Molière flourished under their magnanimous protection, while Dante could not find a corner in his republican birthplace. She said that true geniuses arise at the epoch of brilliancy and power in emperors and empires, but not in the time of monstrous political apparitions and republican terrorism, which, up to that time, had never given to the world a single poet. That poet-artists should be marked out for favor, since peace and divine quiet alone compose their minds, not excitement and tumult. That learned men, poets, and all producers of art are the pearls and diamonds in the imperial crown. By them is the epoch of the great ruler adorned, and from them it receives yet greater brilliancy. As the empress uttered these words, she was divinely beautiful for the moment, and I remember old men who could not speak of the occurrence without tears. All were interested in the affair. It must be remarked, to the honor of our national pride, that in the Russian's heart there always beats a fine feeling that he must adopt the part of the persecuted. The dignitary who had betrayed his trust was punished in an exemplary manner and degraded from his post. But he read a more dreadful punishment in the faces of his fellow countrymen, universal scorn. It is impossible to describe what he suffered, and he died in a terrible attack of raving madness. Another striking example also occurred. Among the beautiful women in which our northern capital assuredly is not poor, one decidedly surpassed the rest. Her loveliness was a combination of our northern charms with those of the south, a gem such as rarely makes its appearance on earth. My father said that he had never beheld anything like it in the whole course of his life. Everything seemed to be united in her, wealth, intellect, and wit. She had throngs of admirers, the most distinguished of them being Prince R., the most noble-minded of all young men, the finest in face, and an ideal of romance in his magnanimous and knightly sentiments. Prince R. was passionately in love, and was requited by a like ardent passion. But the match seemed unequal to the parents. The prince's family estates had not been in his possession for a long time. His family was out of favor, and the sad state of his affairs was well known to all. Of a sudden, the prince quitted the capital, as if for the purpose of arranging his affairs, and after a short interval reappeared, surrounded with luxury and splendor. Brilliant balls and parties made him known at court. The lady's father began to relent, and the wedding took place. Whence this change in circumstances, this unheard-of wealth, came, no one could fully explain, but it was whispered that he had entered into a compact with the mysterious usurer, and had borrowed money of him. However that may have been, the wedding was a source of interest to the whole city, and the bride and bridegroom were objects of general envy. Everyone knew of their warm and faithful love, the long persecution they had had to endure from every quarter, the great personal worth of both. Ardent women at once sketched out the heavenly bliss which the young couple would enjoy. But it turned out very differently. In the course of a year, a frightful change came over the husband. His character, up to that time so noble, became poisoned with jealous suspicions, irritability, and inexhaustible caprices. He became a tyrant to his wife, a thing which no one could have foreseen, and he indulged in the most inhuman deeds and even in blows. In a year's time, no one would have recognized the woman who, such a little while before, had dazzled and drawn about her throngs of submissive adorers. Finally, no longer able to endure her lot, she proposed a divorce. Her husband flew into a rage at the very suggestion. In the first outburst of passion, he chased her about the room with a knife, and would doubtless have murdered her then and there if they had not seized him and prevented him. In a fit of madness and despair, he turned the knife against himself and ended his life amid the most horrible sufferings. Besides these two instances, which occurred before the eyes of all the world, stories circulated of many more among the lower classes, nearly all of which had tragic endings. Here an honest, sober man became a drunkard. There a shopkeeper's clerk robbed his master. Again, a driver who had conducted himself properly for a number of years cut his passenger's throat for a groschen. It was impossible that such occurrences, related, not without embellishments, should not inspire a sort of involuntary horror among the sedate inhabitants of Coloma. No one entertained any doubt as to the presence of an evil power in the usurer. They said that he imposed conditions which made the hair rise on one's head, and which the miserable wretch never afterward dared reveal to any other being. That his money possessed a strange power of attraction, that it grew hot of itself, and that it bore strange marks. And it is worthy of remark that all the colony of Coloma, all these poor old women, small officials, petty artists, and insignificant people whom we have just recapitulated, agreed that it was better to endure anything and to suffer the extreme of misery rather than to have recourse to the terrible usurer. Old women were even found dying of hunger, who preferred to kill their bodies rather than lose their soul. Those who met him in the street experienced an involuntary sense of fear. Pedestrians took care to turn aside from his path and gazed long after his tall, receding figure. In his face alone there was sufficient that was uncommon to cause anyone to ascribe to him a supernatural nature. The strong features so deeply chiseled, the glowing bronze of his complexion, the incredible thickness of his brows, the intolerable, terrible eyes, everything seemed to indicate that the passions of other men were pale compared to those raging within him. My father stopped short every time he met him, and could not refrain each time from saying, "A devil, a perfect devil." But I must introduce you as speedily as possible to my father, the chief character of this story. My father was a remarkable man in many respects. He was an artist of rare ability, a self-taught artist, without teachers or schools, principles, and rules, carried away only by the thirst for perfection, and treading a path indicated by his own instincts, for reasons unknown, perchance, even to himself. Through some lofty and secret instinct, he perceived the presence of a soul in every object, and this secret instinct and personal conviction turned his brush to Christian subjects, grand and lofty to the last degree. His was a strong character. He was an honorable, upright, even rough man, covered with a sort of hard rind without, not entirely lacking in pride, and given to expressing himself both sharply and scornfully about people. He worked for very small results, that is to say, for just enough to support his family and obtain the materials he needed. He never, under any circumstances, refused to aid anyone, or to lend a helping hand to a poor artist, and he believed with the simple, reverent faith of his ancestors. At length, by his unintermitting labor and his perseverance in the path he had marked out for himself, he began to win the approbation of those who honored his self-taught talent. They gave him constant orders for churches, and he never lacked employment. One of his paintings possessed a strong interest for him. I no longer recollect the exact subject. I only know that he needed to represent the spirit of darkness in it. He pondered long what form to give him. He wished to concentrate in his face all that weighs down and oppresses a man. In the midst of his meditations, there suddenly occurred to his mind the image of the mysterious usurer, and he thought involuntarily, "That's how I ought to paint the devil." Imagine his amazement when one day, as he was at work in his studio, he heard a knock at the door, and directly after there entered the same terrible usurer. "You are an artist?" he said to my father abruptly. "I am," answered my father in surprise, waiting for what should come next. "Good. Paint my portrait. I may possibly die soon. I have no children, but I do not wish to die completely. I wish to live. Can you paint a portrait that shall appear as though it were alive?" My father reflected. What could be better? He offers himself for the devil in my picture. He promised. They agreed upon a time and price, and the next day my father took palette and brushes and went to the usurer's house. The lofty courtyard, dogs, iron doors and locks, arched windows, coffers, draped with strange covers, and last of all, the remarkable owner himself, seated motionless before him, all produced a strange impression on him. The windows seemed intentionally so encumbered below that they admitted the light only from the top. "Devil take him, how well his face is lighted," he said to himself, and he began to paint assiduously, as though afraid that the favorable light would disappear. "What power!" he repeated to himself. "If I only accomplish half a likeness of him as he is now, it will surpass all my other works. He will simply start from the canvas if I am only partly true to nature. What remarkable features!" He redoubled his energy, and began himself to notice how some of his sitter's traits were making their appearance on the canvas. But the more closely he approached resemblance, the more conscious he became of an aggressive, uneasy feeling which he could not explain to himself. Notwithstanding this, he set himself to copy with literal accuracy every trait and expression. First of all, however, he busied himself with the eyes. There was so much force in those eyes that it seemed impossible to reproduce them exactly as they were in nature, but he resolved at any price to seek in them the most minute characteristics and shades, to penetrate their secret. As soon, however, as he approached them in resemblance, and began to redouble his exertions, there sprang up in his mind such a terrible feeling of repulsion, of inexplicable expression, that he was forced to lay aside his brush for a while and begin anew. At last he could bear it no longer. He felt as if those eyes were piercing into his soul and causing intolerable emotion. On the second and third days, this grew still stronger. It became horrible to him. He threw down his brush and declared abruptly that he could paint the stranger no longer. You should have seen how the terrible usurer changed countenance at those words. He threw himself at his feet and besought him to finish the portrait, saying that his fate and his existence depended on it, that he had already caught his prominent features, and that if he could reproduce them accurately, his life would be preserved in his portrait in a supernatural manner, and that by those means he would not die completely, that it was necessary for him to continue to exist in the world. My father was frightened by these words. They seemed to him strange and terrible to such a degree that he threw down his brushes and palette and rushed headlong from the room. The thought of it troubled him all day and night, but the next morning he received the portrait from the usurer by a woman who was the only creature in his service, and who announced that her master did not want the portrait and would pay nothing for it, and had sent it back. On the evening of the same day, he learned that the usurer was dead, and that preparations were in progress to bury him according to the rites of his religion. All this seemed to him inexplicably strange, but from that day a marked change showed itself in his character. He was possessed by a troubled, uneasy feeling, of which he was unable to explain the cause, and he soon committed a deed which no one could have expected of him. For some time the works of one of his pupils had been attracting the attention of a small circle of connoisseurs and amateurs. My father had perceived his talent, and manifested a particular liking for him in consequence. Suddenly, the general interest in him and talk about him became unendurable to my father, who grew envious of him. Finally, to complete his vexation, he learned that his pupil had been asked to paint a picture for a recently built and wealthy church. This enraged him. "No, I will not permit that fledgling to triumph," said he. "It is early, friend, to think of consigning old men to the gutters. I still have powers, God be praised. We'll soon see which will put down the other." And this straightforward, honorable man employed intrigues which he had hitherto abhorred. He finally contrived that there should be a competition for the picture, which other artists were permitted to enter into. Then he shut himself up in his room and grasped his brush with zeal. It seemed as if he were striving to summon all his strength up for this occasion, and, in fact, the result turned out to be one of his best works. No one doubted that he would bear off the palm. The pictures were placed on exhibition, and all the others seemed to his as night to day. But of a sudden, one of the members present, an ecclesiastical personage, if I mistake not, made a remark which surprised everyone. "There is certainly much talent in the artist's picture," said he, "but no holiness in the faces. There is even, on the contrary, a demoniacal look in the eyes, as though some evil feeling had guided the artist's hand." All looked and could not but acknowledge the truth of these words. My father rushed forward to his picture, as though to verify for himself this offensive remark, and perceived with horror that he had bestowed the usurer's eyes upon nearly all the figures. They had such a diabolical gaze that he involuntarily shuddered. The picture was rejected, and he was forced to hear, to his indescribable vexation, that the palm was awarded to his pupil. It is impossible to describe the state of rage in which he returned home. He almost killed my mother. He drove the children away, broke his brushes and easels, tore down the usurer's portrait from the wall, demanded a knife, and ordered a fire to be built in the chimney, intending to cut it in pieces and burn it. A friend, an artist, caught him in the act as he entered the room. A jolly fellow, always satisfied with himself, inflated by unattainable wishes, doing daily anything that came to hand, and taking still more gaily to his dinner and little carouses. "What are you doing? What are you preparing to burn?" he asked, and stepped up to the portrait. "Why, this is one of your very best works. It is the usurer who died a short time ago. Yes, it is a most perfect likeness. You did not stop until you had got into his very eyes. Never did eyes look as these do now." "Well, I'll see how they look in the fire," said my father, making a movement to fling the portrait into the grate. "Stop, for heaven's sake!" exclaimed his friend, restraining him. "Give it to me, rather, if it offends your eyes to such a degree." My father resisted, but yielded at length, and the jolly fellow, well pleased with his acquisition, carried the portrait home with him. When he was done, my father felt more calm. The burden seemed to have disappeared from his soul in company with the portrait. He was surprised himself at his evil feelings, his envy, and the evident change in his character. Reviewing his acts, he became sad at heart, and not without inward sorrow did he exclaim, "No, it was God who punished me. My picture, in fact, was meant to ruin my brother man. A devilish feeling of envy guided my brush, and that devilish feeling must have made itself visible in it." He set out at once to seek his former pupil, embraced him warmly, begged his forgiveness, and endeavored as far as possible to excuse his own fault. His labors continued as before, but his face was more frequently thoughtful. He prayed more, grew more taciturn, and expressed himself less sharply about people. Even the rough exterior of his character was modified to some extent. But a certain occurrence soon disturbed him more than ever. He had seen nothing for a long time of the comrade who had begged the portrait of him. He had already decided to hunt him up, when the latter suddenly made his appearance in his room. After a few words and questions on both sides, he said, "Well, brother, it was not without cause that you wished to burn that portrait. Devil take it, there's something horrible about it. I don't believe in sorcerers, but begging your pardon, there's an unclean spirit in it." "How so?" asked my father. "Well, from the very moment I hung it up in my room, I felt such depression, just as if I wanted to murder someone. I never knew in my life what sleeplessness was, but I suffered not from sleeplessness alone, but from such dreams. I cannot tell whether they were dreams or what. It was as if a demon were strangling one, and the old man appeared to me in my sleep. In short, I can't describe my state of mind. I had a sensation of fear, as if expecting something unpleasant. I felt as if I could not speak a cheerful or sincere word to anyone. It was just as if a spy were sitting over me. But from the very hour that I gave that portrait to my nephew, who asked for it, I felt as if a stone had been rolled from my shoulders, and became cheerful, as you see me now. Well, brother, you painted the very devil." During this recital, my father listened with unswerving attention, and finally inquired, "And your nephew now has the portrait?" "My nephew, indeed. He could not stand it," said the jolly fellow. "Do you know, the soul of that usurer has migrated into it. He jumps out of the frame, walks about the room, and what my nephew tells of him is simply incomprehensible. I should take him for a lunatic if I had not undergone a part of it myself. He sold it to some collector of pictures, and he could not stand it either, and got rid of it to someone else." This story produced a deep impression on my father. He grew seriously pensive, fell into hypochondria, and finally became fully convinced that his brush had served as a tool of the devil, and that a portion of the usurer's vitality had actually passed into the portrait and was now troubling people, inspiring diabolical excitement, beguiling painters from the true path, producing the fearful torments of envy, and so forth. 3 catastrophes which occurred afterwards, 3 sudden deaths of wife, daughter, and infant son, he regarded as a divine punishment on him, and firmly resolved to withdraw from the world. As soon as I was 9 years old, he placed me in an academy of painting, and paying all his debts, retired to a lonely cloister, where he soon afterwards took the vows. There he amazed everyone by the strictness of his life and his untiring observance of all the monastic rules. The prior of the monastery, hearing of his skill in painting, ordered him to paint the principal picture in the church. But the humble brother said plainly that he was unworthy to touch a brush, that his was contaminated, that with toil and great sacrifice must he first purify his spirit in order to render himself fit to undertake such a task. He increased the rigors of monastic life for himself as much as possible. At last, even they became insufficient, and he retired, with the approval of the prior, into the desert in order to be quite alone. There he constructed himself a cell from branches of trees, ate only uncooked roots, dragged about a stone from place to place, stood in one spot with his hands lifted to heaven from the rising until the going down of the sun, reciting prayers without cessation. In this manner did he for several years exhaust his body, invigorating it at the same time with the strength of fervent prayer. At length, one day he returned to the cloister and said firmly to the prior, "Now I am ready. If God wills, I will finish my task." The subject he selected was the birth of Christ. A whole year he sat over it without leaving his cell, barely sustaining himself with coarse food and praying incessantly. At the end of the year the picture was ready. It was a really wonderful work. Neither prior nor brethren knew much about painting, but all were struck with the marvelous holiness of the figures, the expression of reverent humility and gentleness in the face of the Holy Mother as she bent over the child, the deep intelligence in the eyes of the Holy Child, as though he saw something afar, the triumphant silence of the Magi, amazed by the divine miracle as they bowed at his feet, and finally the indescribable peace which emanated from the whole picture. All this was presented with such strength and beauty that the impression it made was magical. All the brethren threw themselves on their knees before it, and the prior, deeply affected, exclaimed, "No, it is impossible for any artist, with the assistance only of earthly art, to produce such a picture. A holy, divine power has guided thy brush, and the blessing of heaven rested upon thy labor." By that time I had completed my education at the academy, received the gold medal, and with it the joyful hope of a journey to Italy, the fairest dream of a 20-year-old artist. It only remained for me to take leave of my father, from whom I had been separated for 12 years. I confess that even his image had long faded from my memory. I had heard somewhat of his grim saintliness, and rather expected to meet a hermit of rough exterior, a stranger to everything in the world except his cell and his prayers, worn out, tried up by eternal fasting and penance. But how great was my surprise when a handsome old man stood before me. No traces of exhaustion were visible on his countenance. It beamed with the light of heavenly joy. His beard, white as snow, and his thin, almost transparent hair of the same silvery hue, fell picturesquely upon his breast, and upon the folds of his black gown, even to the rope with which his poor monastic garb was girded. But most surprising to me of all was to hear from his mouth such words and thoughts about art as, I confess, I long shall bear in mind, and I sincerely wish that all my comrades would do the same. "I expected you, my son," he said, when I approached for his blessing. "The path awaits you in which your life is henceforth to flow. Your path is pure, desert it not. You have talent. Talent is the most priceless of God's gifts. Destroy it not. Search out, subject all things to your brush. But in all that you see, find the hidden soul, and most of all, strive to attain to the grand secret of creation. Blessed is the elect one who masters that. There is for him no mean object in nature. In lowly themes, the artist-creator is as great as in great ones. In the despicable, there is nothing for him to despise, for it passes through the purifying fire of his mind. An intimation of God's heavenly paradise is contained for the artist in art, and by that alone is it higher than all else. But by as much as triumphant rest is grander than every earthly emotion, by so much is the lofty creation of art higher than everything else on earth. Sacrifice everything to it, and love it with passion, not with the passion breathing with earthly desire, but a peaceful heavenly passion. It cannot plant discord in the spirit, but ascends like a resounding prayer eternally to God. But there are moments, dark moments. He paused, and I observed that his bright face darkened as though some cloud crossed it for a moment. There is one incident of my life, he said. Up to this moment, I cannot understand what that terrible being was of whom I painted a likeness. It was certainly some diabolical apparition. I know that the world denies the existence of the devil, and therefore I will not speak of him. I will only say that I painted him with repugnance. I felt no liking for my work even at the time. I tried to force myself, and stifling every emotion in a hard-hearted way, to be true to nature. I have been informed that this portrait is passing from hand to hand, and sowing unpleasant impressions, inspiring artists with feelings of envy, of dark hatred towards their brethren, with malicious thirst for persecution and oppression. May the Almighty preserve you from such passions. There is nothing more terrible. He blessed and embraced me. Never in my life was I so grandly moved. Reverently, rather than with the feeling of a son, I leaned upon his breast and kissed his scattered silver locks. Tears shone in his eyes. "Fulfill my one request, my son," said he, at the moment of parting. "You may chance to see the portrait I have mentioned somewhere. You will know it at once by the strange eyes and their peculiar expression. Destroy it at any cost." Judge for yourselves whether I could refuse to promise with an oath to fulfill this request. In the space of 15 years, I had never succeeded in meeting with anything which in any way corresponded to the description given me by my father, until now, all of a sudden, at an auction. The artist did not finish his sentence, but turned his eyes to the wall in order to glance once more at the portrait. The entire throng of auditors made the same movement, seeking the wonderful portrait with their eyes. But to their extreme amazement, it was no longer on the wall. An indistinct murmur and exclamation ran through the crowd, and then was heard distinctly the word, "Stolen." Someone had succeeded in carrying it off, taking advantage of the fact that the attention of the spectators was distracted by the story. And those present long remained in a state of surprise, not knowing whether they had really seen those remarkable eyes, or whether it was simply a dream which had floated for an instant before their eyesight, strained with long gazing at old pictures. End of section 25. Recording by Perry Letson.
Section 26 of Taras Bulba and Other Tales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Hatton43 in January 2017. Taras Bulba and Other Tales by Nikolai Vasilievich GOGOL. The Calash. The town of B had become very lively since a cavalry regiment had taken up its quarters in it. Up to that date, it had been mortally wearisome there. When you happened to pass through the town and glanced at its little mud houses, with their incredibly gloomy aspect, the pen refuses to express what you felt. You suffered a terrible uneasiness, as if you had just lost all your money at play, or had committed some terrible blunder in company. The plaster covering the houses, soaked by rain, had fallen away in many places from their walls, which, from white, had become streaked and spotted, whilst old reeds served to thatch them. Following a custom very common in the towns of South Russia, the chief of police has long since had all the trees in the gardens cut down to improve the view. One never meets anything in the town unless it is a cock crossing the road, full of dust and soft as a pillow. At the slightest rain, this dust is turned into mud, and then all the streets are filled with pigs. Displaying to all their grave faces, they utter such grunts that travellers only think of pressing their horses to get away from them as soon as possible. Sometimes some country gentleman of the neighbourhood, the owner of a dozen serfs, passes in a vehicle which is a kind of compromise between a carriage and a cart, surrounded by sacks of flour, and whipping up his bay mare with her colt trotting by her side. The aspect of the marketplace is mournful enough. The tailor's house sticks out very stupidly, not squarely to the front, but sideways. Facing it is a brick house with 2 windows, unfinished for 15 years past, and further on a large wooden market stall standing by itself and painted mud colour. This stall, which was to serve as a model, was built by the chief of police in the time of his youth, before he got into the habit of falling asleep directly after dinner and of drinking a kind of decoction of dried gooseberries every evening. All around the rest of the marketplace are nothing but palings, but in the centre are some little sheds, where a packet of round cakes, a stout woman in a red dress, a bar of soap, some pounds of bitter almonds, some lead, some cotton, and 2 shopmen playing at Zwicker, a game resembling quoits, are always to be seen. But on arrival of the cavalry regiment, everything changed. The streets became more lively, and wore quite another aspect. Often, from their little houses, the inhabitants would see a tall and well-made officer with a plumed hat pass by, on his way to the quarters of one of his comrades, to discuss the chances of promotion, or the qualities of a new tobacco, or perhaps to risk at play his carriage, which might indeed be called the carriage of all the regiment, since it belonged in turn to every one of them. Today it was a major who drove out in it. Tomorrow it was seen in the lieutenant's coach-house, and a week later the major's servant was again greasing its wheels. The long hedges separating the houses were suddenly covered with soldiers' caps, exposed to the sun, grey frieze cloaks hung in the doorways, and moustaches, harsh and bristling as clothes brushes, were to be met with in all the streets. These moustaches showed themselves everywhere, but above all at the market, over the shoulders of the women of the place, who flocked there from all sides to make their purchases. The officers lent great animation to society at B. Society consisted, up till then, of the judge, who was living with the deacon's wife, and of the chief of police, a very sensible man, but one who slept all day long, from dinner till evening, and from evening till dinner-time. The general liveliness was still further increased when the town of B became the residence of the general commanding the brigade to which the regiment belonged. Many gentlemen of the neighbourhood, whose very existence no one had even suspected, began to come into town, with the intention of calling on the officers, or, perhaps, of playing bank, a game concerning which they had up till then only a very confused notion, occupied as they were with their crops and the commissions of their wives and their hare-hunting. I am very sorry that I cannot recollect for what reason the general made up his mind one fine day to give a grand dinner. The preparations were overwhelming. The clatter of knives in the kitchen was heard as far as the town gates. The whole of the market was laid under contributions, so much so that the judge and the deacon's wife found themselves obliged that day to be satisfied with hasty puddings and cakes of flour. The little courtyard of the house occupied by the general was crowded with vehicles. The company only consisted of men, officers, and gentlemen of the neighbourhood. Amongst these latter was above all conspicuous Pythagoras Pythagorovitch Chertokutsky, one of the leading aristocrats of the district of B, the most fiery orator at the nobiliary elections, and the owner of a very elegant turnout. He had served in a cavalry regiment, and had even passed for one of its most accomplished officers, having constantly shown himself at all the balls and parties wherever his regiment was quartered. Information respecting him may be asked of all the young ladies in the districts of Tambov and Simbirsk. He would very probably have further extended his reputation in other districts, if he had not been obliged to leave the service in consequence of one of those affairs which is spoken of as a very unpleasant business. Had he given or received a blow? I cannot say with certainty, but what is indisputable is that he was asked to send in his resignation. However, this accident had no unpleasant effect upon the esteem in which he had been held up till then. Chertakhovsky always wore a coat of a military cut, spurs and moustache, in order not to have it supposed that he had served in the infantry, a branch of the service upon which he lavished the most contemptuous expressions. He frequented the numerous fairs to which flocked the whole of the population of southern Russia, consisting of nursemaids, tall girls, and burly gentlemen, who go there in vehicles of such strange aspect that no one has ever seen their match, even in a dream. He instinctively guessed the spot in which a regiment of cavalry was to be found, and never failed to introduce himself to the officers. On perceiving them, he bounded gracefully from his light phaeton, and soon made acquaintance with them. At the last election, he had given to the whole of the nobility a grand dinner, during which he declared that if he were elected marshal, he would put all gentlemen on the best possible footing. He usually behaved after the fashion of a great noble. He had married a rather pretty lady, with a dowry of 200 serfs and some thousands of roubles. This money was at once employed in the purchase of 6 fine horses, some gilt bronze locks, and a tame monkey. He further engaged a French cook. The 200 peasants of the lady, as well as 200 more belonging to the gentleman, were mortgaged to the bank. In a word, he was a regular nobleman. Besides himself, several other gentlemen were amongst the general's guests, but it is not worth while speaking of them. The officers of the regiment, amongst whom were the colonel and the fat major, formed the majority of those present. The general himself was rather stout, a good officer, nevertheless, according to his subordinates. He had a rather deep bass voice. The dinner was magnificent. There were sturgeons, sterlets, bustards, asparagus, quail, partridges, mushrooms. The flavour of all these dishes supplied an irrefutable proof of the sobriety of the cook during the 24 hours preceding the dinner. 4 soldiers, who had been given him as assistants, had not ceased working all night, knife in hand, at the composition of ragouts and jellies. The immense quantity of long-necked bottles, mingled with shorter ones, holding claret and Madeira, the fine summer day, the wide-open windows, the plates piled up with ice on the table, the crumpled shirt-fronts of the gentlemen in plain clothes, and a brisk and noisy conversation, now dominated by the general's voice, and now besprinkled with champagne, were all in perfect harmony. The guests rose from the table with a pleasant feeling of repletion, and, after having lit their pipes, all stepped out, coffee-cups in hand, onto the veranda. "We can see her now," said the general. "Here, my dear fellow," added he, addressing his aide-de-camp, an active, well-made young officer, "have the bay mare brought here. You shall see for yourselves, gentlemen." At these words the general took a long pull at his pipe. "She is not quite recovered yet. There is not a decent stable in this cursed little place, but she is not looking bad." Puff, puff. The general here let out the smoke which he had kept in his mouth till then. The little mare. "It is long since your excellency," puff, 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 "condescended to buy her?" asked Chertakhovsky. Puff, 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 puff. "Not very long. I had her from the breeding establishment 2 years ago." "And did your excellency condescend to buy her ready broken, or have her broken in here yourself?" Puff, 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 puff. "Here." As he spoke, the general disappeared behind a cloud of smoke. At that moment, a soldier jumped out of the stable. The trampling of a horse's hoofs was heard, and another soldier with immense moustaches, and wearing a long white tunic, appeared, leading by the bridle the terrified and quivering mare, which, suddenly rearing, lifted him off his feet. "Come, come, Agrafena Ivanovna," said he, leading her towards the veranda. The mare's name was Agrafena Ivanovna. Strong and bold as a southern beauty, she suddenly became motionless. The general began to look at her with evident satisfaction, and let off smoking. The colonel himself went down the steps and patted her neck. The major ran his hand down her legs, and all the other officers clicked their tongues at her. Chertakhovsky left the veranda to take up a position beside the mare. The soldier who held her bridle drew himself up and stared fixedly at the guests. "She is very, very fine," said Chertakhovsky. "A very well-shaped beast. Will your Excellency allow me to ask whether she is a good goer?" "She goes well, but that idiot of a doctor, deuce take him, has given her some balls, which have made her sneeze for the last 2 days. She is a fine beast, a very fine beast. Has your Excellency a turnout to match the horse?" "Turnout? But she's a saddle horse." "I know. I put the question, your Excellency, to know if you have an equipage worthy of your other horses." "No, I have not much in the way of equipages. I must admit that for some time past I have been wanting to buy a calash, such as they build nowadays. I have written about it to my brother, who is now at St. Petersburg, but I do not know whether he will be able to send me one." "It seems to me, your Excellency," remarked the colonel, "that there are no better calashes than those of Vienna." "You are right." Puff, puff, puff. "I have an excellent calash, your Excellency, a real Viennese calash," said Chertakhovsky. "That in which you came?" "Oh no, I make use of that for ordinary service, but the other is something extraordinary. It is as light as a feather, and if you sit in it, it seems as if your nurse was rocking you in a cradle." "It is very comfortable, then?" "Extremely comfortable. The cushions, the springs, and everything else are perfect." "Ah, that is good." "And what a quantity of things can be packed away in it! I have never seen anything like it, your Excellency. When I was still in the service, there was room enough in the body to stow away 10 bottles of rum, 20 pounds of tobacco, 6 uniforms, and 2 pipes. The longest pipes imaginable, your Excellency, and in the pockets you could stow away a whole bullock." "That is very good. It cost 4,000 roubles, your Excellency." "It ought to be good at that price. Did you buy it yourself?" "No, your Excellency. I had it by chance. It was bought by one of my oldest friends, a fine fellow, with whom you would be very well pleased. We are very intimate. What is mine is his, and what is his is mine. I won it of him at cards. Would your Excellency have the kindness to honour me at dinner tomorrow? You could see my calash." "I don't know what to say. Alone I could not, but if you would allow me to come with these officers—" "I beg of them to come too. I shall esteem it a great honour, gentlemen, to have the pleasure of seeing you at my house." The colonel, the major, and the other officers thanked Chertakhovsky. "I am of opinion myself, your Excellency, that if one buys anything, it should be good. It is not worth the trouble of getting, if it turns out to be bad. If you do me the honour of calling on me tomorrow, I will show you some improvements I have introduced on my estate." The general looked at him and puffed out a fresh cloud of smoke. Chertakhovsky was charmed with his notion of inviting the officers, and mentally ordered in advance all manner of dishes for their entertainment. He smiled at these gentlemen, who on their part appeared to increase their show of attention towards him, as was noticeable from the expression of their eyes and the little half-nods they bestowed upon him. His bearing assumed a certain ease, and his voice expressed great satisfaction. "Your Excellency will make the acquaintance of the mistress of the house." "That will be most agreeable to me," said the general, twirling his moustache. Chertakhovsky was firmly resolved to return home at once, in order to make all the necessary preparations in good time. He had already taken his hat, but a strange fatality caused him to remain for some time at the general's. The card tables had been set out, and all the company, separating into groups of 4, scattered itself about the room. Lights were brought in. Chertakhovsky did not know whether he ought to sit down to whist, but as the officers invited him, he thought that the rules of good breeding obliged him to accept. He sat down. I do not know how a glass of punch found itself at his elbow, but he drank it off without thinking. After playing 2 rubbers, he found another glass close to his hand, which he drank off in the same way, though not without remarking, "It really is time for me to go, gentlemen." He began to play a fresh rubber. However, the conversation which was going on in every corner of the room took an especial turn. Those who were playing whist were quiet enough, but the others talked a great deal. The captain had taken up his position on a sofa, and leaning against a cushion, pipe in mouth, he captivated the attention of a circle of guests gathered about him by his eloquent narrative of amorous adventures. A very stout gentleman, whose arms were so short that they looked like two potatoes hanging by his sides, listened to him with a very satisfied expression, and from time to time exerted himself to pull his tobacco pouch out of his coat-tail pocket. A somewhat brisk discussion on cavalry drill had arisen in another corner, and Chertakhovsky, who had twice already played a knave for a king, mingled in the conversation by calling out from his place, "In what year?" or "What regiment?" without noticing that very often his question had no application whatever. At length, a few minutes before supper, play came to an end. Chertakhovsky could remember that he had won a great deal, but he did not take up his winnings, and after rising stood for some time in the position of a man who has no handkerchief in his pocket. They sat down to supper. As might be expected, wine was not lacking, and Chertakhovsky kept involuntarily filling his glass with it, for he was surrounded by bottles. A lengthy conversation took place at table, but the guests carried it on after a strange fashion. A colonel, who had served in 1812, described a battle which had never taken place, and besides, no one could ever make out why he took out a cork and stuck it into a pie. They began to break up at 3 in the morning. The coachmen were obliged to take several of them in their arms like bundles, and Chertakhovsky himself, despite his aristocratic pride, bowed so low to the company that he took home 2 thistles in his moustache. The coachman who drove him home found every one asleep. He routed out, after some trouble, the valet, who, after having ushered his master through the hall, handed him over to a maidservant. Chertakhovsky followed, her as well as he could, to the best room, and stretched himself beside his pretty young wife, who was sleeping in a nightgown as white as snow. The shock of her husband falling on the bed awoke her. She stretched out her arms, opened her eyes, closed them quickly, and then opened them again quite wide, with a half-vexed air. Seeing that her husband did not pay the slightest attention to her, she turned over on the other side, rested her fresh and rosy cheek on her hand, and went to sleep again. It was late, that is, according to country customs, when the lady woke again. Her husband was snoring more loudly than ever. She recollected that he had come home at 4 o'clock, and not wishing to awaken him, got up alone and put on her slippers, which her husband had sent for from St. Petersburg, and a white dressing-gown, which fell about her like the waters of a fountain. Then she passed into her dressing-room, and after washing in water as fresh as herself, went to her toilet table. She looked at herself twice in the glass, and thought she looked very pretty that morning. This circumstance, a very insignificant one apparently, caused her to stay 2 hours longer than usual before her glass. She dressed very tastefully, and went into the garden. The weather was splendid. It was one of the finest days of the summer. The sun, which had almost reached the meridian, shed its most ardent rays, but a pleasant coolness reigned under the leafy arcades, and the flowers, warmed by the sun, exhaled their sweetest perfume. The pretty mistress of the house had quite forgotten that it was noon at least, and that her husband was still asleep. Already she heard the snores of 2 coachmen and a groom, who were taking their siesta in the stable, after having dined copiously. But she was still sitting in a bower from which the deserted highroad could be seen, when all at once her attention was caught by a light cloud of dust rising in the distance. After looking at it for some moments, she ended by making out several vehicles closely following one another. First came a light calash, with 2 places, in which was the general, wearing his large and glittering epaulets, with the colonel. This was followed by another, with 4 places, containing the captain, the aide-de-camp, and 2 lieutenants. Further on came the celebrated regimental vehicle, the present owner of which was the major, and behind that another in which were packed 5 officers, one on his comrade's knees, the procession being closed by 3 more on fine bays. "Are they coming here?" thought the mistress of the house. Good heavens, yes, they are leaving the main road. She gave a cry, clasped her hands, and ran straight across the flower beds to her bedroom, where her husband was still sleeping soundly. Get up! Get up! Get up at once! She cried, pulling him by the arm. What's the matter? Murmured Chertakhovsky, stretching his limbs without opening his eyes. Get up! Get up! Visitors have come, do you hear? Visitors! Visitors? What visitors? After saying these words, he uttered a little plaintive grunt, like that of a suckling calf. Let me kiss you. My dear, get up at once, for heaven's sake. The general has come with all his officers. Our goodness, you've got a thistle in your moustache. The general? Has he come already? But why the deuce did they not wake me? And the dinner? Is the dinner ready? What dinner? But haven't I ordered a dinner? A dinner? You got home at 4 o'clock in the morning, and you did not answer a single word to all my questions. I did not wake you, since you had so little sleep. Chertakhovsky, his eyes staring out of his head, remained motionless for some moments, as though a thunderbolt had struck him. All at once he jumped out of bed in his shirt. Idiot that I am, he exclaimed, clasping his hand to his forehead. I had invited them to dinner. What is to be done? Are they far off? They will be here in a moment. My dear, hide yourself. Ho there, somebody. Hi there, you girl. Come here, you fool. What are you afraid of? The officers are coming here. Tell them I am not at home, that I went out early this morning, that I am not coming back. Do you understand? Go and repeat it to all the servants. Be off, quick. Having uttered these words, he hurriedly slipped on his dressing gown and ran off to shut himself up in the coach-house, which he thought the safest hiding-place. But he fancied that he might be noticed in the corner in which he had taken refuge. This will be better, he said to himself, letting down the steps of the nearest vehicle, which happened to be the calash. He jumped inside, closed the door, and as a further precaution, covered himself with the leather apron. There he remained, wrapped in his dressing-gown, in a doubled-up position. During this time, the equipages had drawn up before the porch. The general got out of his carriage and shook himself, followed by the colonel, arranging the feathers in his hat. After him came the stout major, his sabre under his arm, and the slim lieutenants, whilst the mounted officers also alighted. The master is not at home, said a servant, appearing at the top of a flight of steps. What? Not at home? But he is coming home for dinner, is he not? No, he is not. He has gone out for the day, and will not be back till this time tomorrow. Bless me, said the general. But what the deuce? What a joke, said the colonel, laughing. No, such things are inconceivable, said the general angrily. If he could not receive us, why did he invite us? I cannot understand, your excellency, how it is possible to act in such a manner, observed a young officer. What? Said the general, who always made an officer under the rank of captain repeat his remarks twice over. I wondered, your excellency, how anyone could do such a thing. Quite so. If anything has happened, he ought to have let us know. There is nothing to be done, your excellency. We had better go back home, said the colonel. Certainly, there is nothing to be done. However, we can see the calash without him. Probably he has not taken it with him. Come here, my man. What does your excellency want? Show us your master's calash. Have the kindness to step this way to the coach-house. The general entered the coach-house, followed by his officers. Let me pull it a little forward, your excellency, said the servant. It is rather dark here. That will do. The general and his officers walked around the calash, carefully inspecting the wheels and springs. There is nothing remarkable about it, said the general. It is a very ordinary calash. Nothing to look at, added the colonel. There is absolutely nothing good about it. It seems to me, your excellency, that it is not worth 4,000 roubles, remarked a young officer. What? I said, your excellency, that I did not think that it is worth 4,000 roubles. 4,000? It is not worth 2. Perhaps, however, the inside is well fitted. Unbutton the apron. And Chertakhovsky appeared before the officer's eyes, clad in his dressing-gown and doubled up in a singular fashion. Hullo, there you are, said the astonished general. Then he covered Chertakhovsky up again and went off with his officers. End of the Calash. Recording by Hatton 43. End of Taras Bulba and Other Tales by Nikolai Vasilievich GOGOL.